She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Alright, hello everyone. Don't mind me being a little bit nasally. Yeah, Kevin. Yeah, it's your fault. This cat could tell that I wasn't feeling so good. Trying to sleep last night. So he slept like next to my pillow and I inhaled a bunch of his hair and I've been kind of exhaling it all morning. So, allergies go burr. Also, I went and got another booster yesterday. So, that's cool. I'm all full vaccinated again. Well, you know, in 2 weeks it'll be actually active. But yeah, if you guys didn't see the new emote, we got Quag Chad now. We've also got Discord stickers. Felicia did a fantastic job with this. Yeah, we got Quag Chad. Cat, what are you doing? Chat, help me. Cat, you are terrible at being a cat, and also no, coffee isn't for you. But I hope you're all doing great. Loading screen boss, thank you so much for the Prime, for the 3 months. I appreciate that. It means the world. I hope you're doing great, and the support's appreciated. Cat, get your tail out of my fucking mug. Go. Jester, how you doing? Cassie, Foster, Rabbit, Smug, Roddy, Rune, Bluck, Joey, Sora, KC. Cragblade got my booster. Hey Amber, how you doing? So yeah, Quag Chad. See, Quag is cosplaying Quag Chad. No, 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 no. I will be wearing the nice suit for that. The nice 3-piece suit. Next to Happle, Quag Chad is the best thing that happened. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it, Sora. Here, hang on. Hang on. 1 second. 1 second. Hey, Smug, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Quag Chad. And yeah, Sora, use Quag Chad now. Wearing 3-piece suit until he gets to the hotel room. 3-piece. No. No, 3 pieces might go off, but 4 more are going on. You're gonna twist that somehow. I don't know. Cat joins stream, shows cuteness, doesn't elaborate further, leaves. A very cat thing to do, huh, Skyward? A very cat thing to do. Morning Timber, how you doing? Chimpy, good to see you, hope you're well. Oh, hopefully I stop sniffling soon. You're welcome, Sora. I know you like the emotes, so... Thank you for using them.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag Chad.
Yo, Quag Chad? I can do that. Morning, Dex. How you doing? So...
Just a girl and she's on fire.
Oh yeah, that one's for the gifts up. So... I've been messing with gear on the Dreadwind setup and practicing playing that. That's been a lot of fun. I've been kind of working on a Blizzard setup in the background, and that's been going surprisingly well. I need to figure out ways to make it less vanilla, though, because it's kind of playing like, oh, hey, you shoot guns and there happens to be a blizzard. I want it to be more interesting than that, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. Might work on that today. And then we've got all our other builds. I have a few dire sacrifice ideas, so I'm keeping an eye out for some specific gear. What's the highest a sawmill can have? Times 4. Sawmill can be times 4. Erconium. Arguably, times 4 is the least desirable because it's the least sustainable. You can put out a lot of projectiles out in a very short period of time, but it's not at all sustainable. Whereas if you were to use a times 3, you get the best combination between DPS and sustain, and a times 2 is the lowest DPS but the highest sustain. The emote's amazing. I'm glad you like it. Alright, let's play some Dreadwind to start. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Good to see you. And did I say hi to Matt? Because hi, Matt. Good to see you. Alright, so, for anyone who's missed how the Dreadwind setup's been going, we got a times 2 Shrike with melee crossbolts, so we can throw that and debuff enemies while we do our spinning thing. We can also shoot a Tootherator right before we swap to this to hold to spin, and that debuffs them a fair bit as well. And we're on the lookout for rings with duration. I want another melee damage ring with duration, because I want to swap this ability one. Now, I did get another armor. That's what I'm wearing right now. Allergies, like I said. Excuse me. I did get another armor. The one on the right is the one I was using last time, and the one on the left is the upgrade I found. It's pretty close to, like, ideal. Shame it's only chaotic. And I would have liked those affinity points to be the other skills, but I'll still take it. Yeah, so we had a slight upgrade. So we're going to take the Dreadwind setup through some all elites and farm for some gear. Morning, Civil. Sean, good to see you. Tenor, good to see you. Got a 24-hour ban. What? God damn it, Rabbit. It's not even not safe for work. It's hard. Are you sure it wasn't for something else you did? You're always doing something. It's very hard to manage this movement speed sometimes, especially right after Dreadwind. Hey Herrera. How am I today? I'm doing pretty okay. I can't raise this arm very well, because, got a COVID booster, so it hurts. And my allergies are kicking my ass, but other than that, I'm chilling. Just a a very beautiful Monday morning, actually. It's my favorite build. That really changes every couple days, honestly. Currently, it's this one. I'm playing this one the most. But I play enough builds that I don't really ever have a permanent favorite, Erconium. Yo, new Mexabeth, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate it. Our abilities currently make it? Yeah, pretty much.
Quag pride, quag chad, quag chad, quag chad, quag chad, quag chad, quag pride.
Well said, text-to-speech. Well said. I'm waiting for them to get in Dreadwind range, but they're just not doing that. Can you imagine society if enemies actually were aggressive in this game? I just want the bonus objective. There we go. The first person in 5 years to actually said my name properly. I'm very surprised. Hey, I'm proud of that. I try to not butcher people's names. Because sometimes it means a lot to people. Every once in a while I get someone who says something along the lines of what you did. So, I'm happy I got it right, and happy to have you around. Also, I bought something special recently, thanks from a friend. Basically, after TwitchCon, won money for like 3 months, so I'll be saving again, so I'm gonna have to cancel sub. You're gonna have to cancel your access to QuagChat and QuagSire. Understandable, sir. Some things are more important. But I hope whatever you got works out for you, rather. God, what even hit me? Okay. See what I mean about the movement speed sometimes being very hard to control? Like, I don't know where I am sometimes. But luckily, we have a ton of healing for our pet, so we can just kind of wait for him to come save us. Combination of Relentless Rage and the Berserker Tree lets us stay down for longer, as long as we're doing damage. And we've got Medicinal Mushroom and the Spore Tree. And the enchantment on our gun makes our companions heal over time, each time we reload. And Fortifying Sigil also heals companions that are inside. So it's very consistent pet revives. And I enjoy that. Elite Pigward on a melee build's pain? Yeah, certainly can be. Certainly can be. Hey Kittens Mom, how you doing? Oh, I took too much damage there. Oof. Build's doing rather well. Another Quag W. Yeah, we're doing all elites right now as well. There we go. I took a little too much damage there to get that in one cycle. Oh. It's plans for today. I missed the intro of the stream since volume was off. We are farming for some pieces of gear for a couple builds I'm working on. I'm working on a Blizzard setup and a Dire Sacrifice setup in the background. Also, I do want to diversify my available elements for melee weapons for this build. I did manage to get very lucky with enchantment rolling, and in only about 2.5 hours of doing runs for Moon Orbs, I managed to get the Dreadwind enchant on 3 melee weapons. Now, this Dark Magic one's a placeholder, and this Cryo one's a placeholder. This Cryo one's especially terrible damage-wise, but I want to have each important element covered, I should say. It took a while to get it on this Banshee, but I have this this poison one as well now for I want to try that out of Vorkanar, if we have Vorkanar. You don't have $5? Cheryl say yes, basically. Ooh. Does Dreadwind proc Banshee? No. No. Oh. I think that's the first time I've ever been down by workplace hazards. It's kind of embarrassing. Hating myself running a pixie build in my Deadshot. It's one of those things that... One of the main reasons why I advocate against use of pixies when someone's stuck, or wants just a successful build to go for, is because people inevitably end up feeling exactly like that, Arconium, and they feel trapped in it. Because it's like, okay, but what do I do from here? Nothing else I have performs at that level yet, and honestly most things won't ever perform at that level. So it kind of gets you stuck feeling like you have to do the playstyle that's the least interesting. You know? There's a lot of options in this game. There's a lot of different playstyles. I really should bump up my timetable for making a non-boring Deadshot. But honestly, I just don't have a lot of fun on that multi-class compared to the others. Funk. Start watching The Boys? I have not yet. Still have not seen a single episode. Hey CZ, how you doing? Oh, if you guys didn't see, CZ added a crit chance section to the damage formula. So if you want to know how exactly to calculate your crit chance, there's a formula for that now. Now, I can't speak properly. Ugh. Meaning a Stabo Zerk melee build with Contagion, nothing seems solid on my Deadshot. Deadshot's one of those things where once you understand where your damage is coming from, it's pretty easy to, like, get up and running. So, Spell Weaving is an utterly bonkers amount of, spell damage. And then you have crazy survivability from Sanguine Sacrament, and then you have crazy damage on your spells from your choice of Double Knot or, Blast Gasp. And Graveborn Tree will just kind of give you a lot of damage to feed into that. This is why I want better duration rings. Wasn't able to one-cycle Droll. It was bad. Instead we'll apply all our debuffs. Yeah, it was just one more tick of Dreadwind. Well, thanks for asking. Glad to hear it. This is glorious. You like Quag Chad? Cool. I don't have a really strong spell build already set up in my bank of pixies, so went with that. Understandable. Deadshot spell builds are so strong they don't even need to equip guns, if you're worried about how it'll perform at peak. I don't often cancel Dreadwind early on the setup, but felt necessary there. Yeah. Explode. Cute. Hey, Mr. Quaggan, is this the build? This is the Dreadwind setup. I have the Blizzard setup on another save, and it's kind of like, it's doing better than I thought, but it's very vanilla, if that makes sense. Like, it just feels like basic-ass gun build with a Blizzard that happens to be going on. And I want to get it a little more interesting than that. I'm not quite sure how to do that, though. I've been enjoying building for different action skills. Just trying to maximize their strengths, minimize their weaknesses, all that kind of stuff. It's been really fun for Ghostblade and for Dreadwind, because these are setups that I actually just enjoy playing as part of my rotation. But Blizzard's a weird one. I've got it up and running, but it's not fun yet. Very bland. A Spellblade on YouTube. So I don't really do YouTube actively, Arconium, but I can recommend someone else. Yeah, Lazy Data has a gunless spell build on his YouTube channel. I believe he also has his one that has guns on there. But I'd recommend that. Hey Fleece, how you doing? Sorry I'm late, what we're doing today? Nothing to be sorry about. We're farming for some gear while doing all elite rooms extended runs on our Dreadwind setup. There's a few kinds of gear I want for a few of my builds. So we're farming. Taking advantage of the lower elite cost event before it goes. Hey Loading, how you doing? Morning Cryptic, how are you? I like how Dreadwind continues for, like, one cycle, even when you go down. Even if an enemy insta-downs you, you're always gonna get at least 1 second of Dreadwind. See? Like that. You can death save with Dreadwind. I don't know if that's useful information. Like, I can't think of anything that changes, but it's just kind of cool. Any gear in particular? I want some Dagger Storm pistols. Like, not Gluttony. I want some non-unique Dagger Storm pistols. And rings. Always looking for rings and armors. Still want to do something with that as well. Like, non-chaos tiered Magic Barrel Hyperius Shotgun breaks 1,000 damage. Gotta do something with that. What spell is that? Frozen Heart S1? No, this is just a Fortifying Sigil. Just a regular old Fortifying Sigil. How does Dagger Storm work? And want to do something with them? The formula's a little weird, but they work. They work well enough. Morning, Paul. How you doing? Of course, we got chums when I'm trying to flex difficulty. Awkward. The chums incident. Okay, bye, buddy. He actually dropped the Deaddy drop, though. That's rare. This intense enough for you? Try one life? Why would I do one life? One life isn't difficulty, it's frustration. Also, as a build crafter, one life is completely antithetical to everything I like. Build crafting is trial and error, one life is don't fuck up. This amalgam is trying. Like, the passives are reasonably good. All damage, but it's trying to do too many things. It's all damage, companion crit chance, spell damage, gun crit chance, fire rate. The all damage, gun crit chance, and fire rate go well together. If I threw in spell shot, magic bullets, omega lull, the spell damage would go with that. But the skills aren't really good enough. Because entertainment value, I have no interest in one lives. Never have. It's not something I plan on doing. If you want to watch some one life content, there's plenty of other people for that. Not my jam. But I hope you're doing well otherwise, Irish. Good luck with getting rings. Swear the ring bunny hates me. I mean, the armor bunny doesn't like me, but the ring bunny hates me. I'm starting to come to that conclusion as well, because I do get some really noteworthy armors. Like, I'm wearing an armor that I got as an upgrade last night, and I'm pretty jazzed about that. But also, getting specific rings is just pain, and it's extra pain for me. It's an interesting eruption. We got a lot of crystals, though. So, what we're going for, optimally, I want a Shark's Bane with melee primary, and then action skill duration secondary. That's what I want. I will even take it at non-chaotic. We want Shark's Bane specifically for that Shark's Bane damage moment. Ring Bunny straight up despises me. 75% of the time would be purple, other 25 that aren't even chaotic. Yeah. Doing well. Hanging out while it's slow at work. Armor Bunny is endless disappointment for me. Yeah, Armor Bunny can be very fickle. The event didn't really do much for me in terms of getting things I wanted armor-wise in that time period. I got one really good amalgam that I do use on any spell shotgun builds I do. But other than that, I didn't get anything super noteworthy. Hello, lovely people. Hey, Pat. How you doing? Melee damage, Shark's Bane with action skill duration. I don't care about anything else about it. How does Promise Ring work with people who use Ambidextrous? So Ambidextrous blocks off your access to anything action skill related. You are not counted as having an action skill at all. So you don't trigger any action skill start, active, end enchantments. You don't trigger any conditions for having an action skill on cooldown or ready. None of it. None of it. Hey, Name. How you doing? Alright, let's see what we got. They changed the armor bunnies to drop your class more often, or is it a global thing? So for 2 weeks, there was an event where armor drops would be more weighted towards the weight class of classes you have. So basically, armors have 3 weight classes, light, medium, heavy. And each of those 3 weight classes has 2 character classes assigned to it. Now, you could be, let's say you're Spell Shot Berserker. So one of your classes is light, the other one is heavy. But that also includes the other light and the other heavy class, which I think is Graveborn and Clawbringer, respectively. So you still had a chance of getting the other class equally to the one you have, and all the other ones were weighted less. So it made it somewhat better for you to farm for class-specific stuff, but for a lot of people it still didn't make a difference, because armor variance is just that big. Like, remember, even if you get the right classes, you have a solid shot at still getting a terrible roll. Because you've got passives, you've got skills, you've got chaos tier. Watch Lazy Data, clear T35, no guns, had 2 promise rings on, assuming it's just for stats. Right. With rings, it's better to prioritize the stats over all else. So, like, for example, the rings I'm wearing right now. This mood ring, generally, is not going to be active when I'm bossing, when I start my spin when I'm bossing. Now, it will be active at some point, so that's okay, but I didn't even look at the bottom stats here before using this. I just looked at the top stats. This silicone ring, I am often below 50% health, so I have very limited uptime on this effect, but I'm only using it for the passives. A lot of my builds, I just use it for the passives, and if I meet the condition, cool. If I don't, oh well. That's why the ring rebalance they did, where they squished down some of the stronger ones and brought up some of the weaker ones, got them all on the same relative playing field. So now you can just go for the stats, and then if you get a cool condition on top of that, cool. But you're not being actively hurt by, hey, you got the perfect rolls, but it's on the ring that was 25% instead of the one that was 100, you know? Melee damage, action skill duration, but not chaos tiered. I'm being very picky going specifically for a Sharksbane, and it probably won't work out for me, but Sharksbane has a good damage mult on it, so. That's a Thumb Cuffs with 2 pistol passives, gun damage. That's good enough to take for another build. See, this one's trying as well. I should make inventory space. What's this lethal catch? Melee damage, melee crit damage, spell radius. It's trying. Know your shit? I try to, Larry. How you doing? Elden Ring Synthwave's been on repeat. I hunger for more. Yeah, I listened to those tracks so much last night, Ember, that I also started a new Cyberpunk playthrough. Yeah, I just booted up Cyberpunk because I was like, this sounds like it belongs there. I didn't get far, but it was fun. Alright, let me make some inventory space. I picked up this Nightshade because I was curious. 18 mag Nightshade, but not the cryo kind. It's kind of interesting, but not enough for me to keep. Tried Horizon? I have not. Hey, Glenny. Saw a post on Reddit about a month back going over ring effects and the like. That could have been wrong, and action skill ready effects should work with ambidextrous since the effects are only turned off and action skill cooldown. Like I said, could be wrong. Also, could be right too. I don't know. That's something we can look into. That would be an exception to the rule. Also, I would say, LOL Reddit. But it's something that we as a community can look into, for sure. I picked up this because it's primordial with assault rifle crit, but I don't use assault rifles enough to justify that. I'm working, but Quag Chad. Now when you play Elden Ring, you'll be subconsciously thinking of the tracks when you fight those bosses. I also got back into Cyberpunk. I've been putting it off for a while since the PS5 version didn't care over my trophy progress. Enjoying going back to it. Still love it just when I did around launch. Yeah, it's still, like, insanely buggy. And it still feels like they didn't quite land what they were going for. But I just love the world. I love the aesthetic. It's just a fun game world to immerse yourself in. Got Glenny addicted to gunfire. I briefly stopped in. He looked like he was having fun. More extended runs. Let's do it. I'm hopeful we get a good boss we can kind of showcase against. AKA not chumps. I like doing Vorkanar on this build, because Vorkanar is very tanky, so it makes for a good showcase. Lurking a bit due to shore, still busy, just saying hi real quick. How are you today? I'm doing well, Worlds. Doing well. Enjoying just kind of settling in with this Dreadwind build. I love when a build's just a happy accident. Like, sometimes it's me wanting to see how far something can be pushed with no expectations, and this build is kind of that. Story, little interactions with characters, like you flipping Johnny off, makes fun of you. That was hilarious. Yeah, gameplay is still chunky and runs through the occasional NPC on fire. Got 100% achievements on Elden Ring finally. I've done almost everything there is to do in that game. Now for a seamless co-op playthrough with a boyfriend. Nice. Seamless co-op, all remembrances level 1. That just sounds enjoyable, honestly. Those rune level 1 runs are impressive. No teleport. Ooh, Banshee knockback actually helping me. Instead of screwing me over. Hog. I can hear you now. Hi, Glendy. What Spore give to Dreadwind and Stab doesn't? How does it play differently? Spore gives a Spore skill tree. Let me give you a better question there. What do you think Stabbo gives to Dreadwind that Spore doesn't? I'll flip the question on its head. Hitting Iclops is annoying. Part of a soul level 1 Dark Souls 3 when I was trying. Most of the run I played barehanded, swapped with Big Hammer, it's funny. Next day sober, couldn't play for shit. There was a brief window of time when I was big into PvP in Star Wars The Old Republic, where, with the group of people I was playing with at the time, this was 2 consecutive nights. One, I had consumed alcohol to a point where I wasn't very coherent to, like, listen to in voice comms, apparently. But I was absolutely cracked. Like, some of the best games I'd ever played. And then the next night, they could understand me, but I was trash at the game. So, I don't quite know how the internal body calculus of substances to gamer skill works. But, clearly in that case it wasn't in my favor. Forbidden West just got its New Game Plus update, so I'm gonna go back to it once my summer classes are over. Neat. Chad's already on my favorite emote list, let's go. Hit that sweet spot if I'm so fucked up. God, you get out the PB, then you're so afraid to be like, ha, pretty colors. I guess. Disclaimer, chat. Imbibe responsibly. This was a younger, dumber me. I did a lot of dumb shit at that point in my life. Stab gives exploit their weakness and melee speed for more melee focused. Okay, but you asked about Dreadwind. So, melee speed doesn't do anything. Exploit their weakness would be good, yes. But it's only really relevant against things with higher health bars. Because you need to actually apply the dots, right? And with Dreadwind on this setup, I'm killing enemies mostly before dots have time to be applied to them. Ooh, that was a big mistake. I might be dead here. Yeah, I deserve that. I spawned into a barrel. No good day over the age of 20. I get that a lot. I'm a bit of a baby-faced individual, I've been told. Peril but not so invincible. Lucky then you look like you're 54. Oh, okay. Like early to mid-20s. I'm 27. Wow, that was a very unproductive spin. Barrow's still Ultra God Raid boss? True. That was just rude. You lead enough rooms and the enemies are so damaging that you don't have time to get a few ticks of a spin off. I think I can kill this guy. Cool.
Say something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Man, enemies that explode when you are near them, tough to deal with on Dreadwind. Reminds me of a coworker who looks like she's 25, but I sworn she was my age, fucking 40. I was like, no, there's no way. She took it as a compliment though. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Some people have just very youthful faces. Makes it very hard to identify how old they are. Hey, Rorius. Good luck with the grind. Thank you. I appreciate it. You should have hit me. Thank you. So a big thing with hitting my damage peak with this build is I need to have Bad Egg and Amnesia active, which requires me to get hit and my ward to be broken. And meeting both of those conditions without being, you know, actively dying is kind of tough sometimes. There's a lot of positioning with this build. Oh, I got my first Sword Solution drop, non-elemental single shot chaotic. Cool. Barrels, Omega, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Radiant Invincible. Put healing barrels in the Chaos Chamber, please. Like, they're a thing in the game. Just put them in the chamber. I would use the shit out of them. Ow. It wasn't over health gate yet. That was rude, sir. Hit me. Thank you. Ooh, that was a good barb load. That was nice and clean. Something that's so satisfying when it happens is when the strikes put crossbolts in the right target, that you get a good barbel load ricochet off your Dreadwind damage. Very satisfying. Done the Obelisk Room, just one tap Dreadwind? Yes. You get any not picked up crystals when you enter a portal? Yes. Diablo gameplay. Yeah, Urban Mech. How you doing? I hope you're very quag chat on this fine morning. Whirlwind Barb is still some of the most fun I've had in a video game. Whirlwind Barb had its moments. The Waste set was really cool when it came out. And it never was quite that cool again, in my opinion. Spinny to Winnie. Need more good Banshees. The good thing about this build is you don't necessarily need a Banshee for this. You can get the same damage parts on a purple. Example. This Claymore is one damage part better than this Banshee I have. I have the second highest damage roll Banshee. And this Claymore is one damage part up and one chaos tier up. But the point is that if you match the parts, you can get identical values. And for Dreadwind, since your unique Hilt mod doesn't activate in there anyway, a good purple could be equally valuable to a Banshee in this build. Now, when you're outside of Dreadwind, Banshee's better, of course, but that is a very small fraction of time. Explode. Hurt me. Hurt me. Terrible your job. Is Dreadwind proc Ancient? No. Hilt mods are only proc by actual melee swings. Also, even if it did, Civil, it's not on cooldown when it's active, so it wouldn't do anything. I don't know if I have enough damage to get up here. We'll see. Ooh, you're healing. Why are you healing? Doesn't matter. Squire gonna be food in his system? No. I do not. You think rocket launchers need a buff? No. No, I don't. The reason why I don't think rocket launchers need a buff is because they have enough damage. The issues people have with launchers come down to weird projectiles and ammo management. Now, you can solve ammo management by prioritizing the kinds of buffs that make one single shot more valuable, things like amp. And by getting things like ricochet effects, such as Spore Wardens play the angles, and by getting ammo alter boosts in the Chaos Chamber. I can share my cookies. What kind of cookies you got? And as for weird projectiles, I would like to see the Cannonballer and the Blue Cake made a little bit easier to use. The projectiles are very awkward. But the damage is enough. I don't think a damage buff to launchers solves anything because they already absolutely melt. I remember you saying Dreadwind's output based off the card damage of your melee weapons while using Banshee? Yes. Yes, Buck. It's 45% of your melee weapon's card damage, and it hits 4 times per second. So, a Banshee that has a swing speed of, not even 1 per second, hitting 4 times per second at 45% value is still, like, really, really good. There's a season later on where I was top building the game, you just take Spear and drag the entire map on top of itself, blowing up with area damage. Yeah. I remember that. Found a weird bug last night. Was playing split screen co-op, got up to make dinner, pause game, Xbox went to sleep mode, shut off, logged back in, all my myth ranks reset back to level 1, lost all my cosmetic patterns, everything else was fine. So, that would be your profile save somehow wiped. You're playing co-op, split screen though. Huh, that's it. That's weird. That's weird, Zero Aim. Basically, the way your myth ranks and cosmetics are stored is they're stored on your profile save, whereas your character-specific progress is on your character save. And some people have just randomly had aspects of their profile wiped. Like, they'll be missing bank SDUs that they definitely bought. They'll be missing their myth rank. They'll be missing cosmetics. I don't know a specific cause, but yeah, that's something I've seen. I'm sorry that happened. Chocolate? Ooh, gimme. Only player 2 was affected. I've never played split screen on this game, so I don't know much about it, but that sounds concerning. ARs or something else? ARs could use just a damage increase. In some of their cases, I would like to see more flavorful changes. Like, they didn't just increase the Shadowfire's damage, for example, over in the SMG category. They gave it the higher dot chance as well. They gave it some flavor. So I'd like to see ARs get both a damage and a flavor thing. You could probably just slap a manufacturer-wide buff on Stoker ARs, and it'll be fine. Sure, it would buff the Bread Slicer, which is already fine, but, like, the Bread Slicer is awkward to use, so I don't think it getting a bit of a nudge would make it necessarily overperform. As for everything else, I would like to see more fine-tuned approach. Like, give Quadbow and Anima some, like, one-on-one time. Buffs specific to them, We don't even have a legendary Torgayar. Yet. I know the game's young. In BL3's life, we had one legendary Vladoff sniper for, like, a year. Just one. Well, some weapon types just kind of don't get represented in legendaries for a while. I think they'll change the amount of cosmetic stuff, or they just saying screw it. I don't know. I think it's a bug that it's not working. You keep in mind that they push updates on Thursdays, and then that leaves them one day to do things before the weekend. So for us, it's been like 4 days, sure. But for them, it's been one work day. One. So, I don't know that they're saying fuck it. They might simply have not had the time yet. Didn't finish in time. I was talking too much. Oh well, we got the skull containers. Did I hit this? I did. They're just like, be happy with your craps later. Well, a chance? That's not a fun one at all. I have an idea when Wonderlands come to see and prefer only using one marketplace launcher for gaming, not that I have anything against Epic running the marketplace. No information has been announced, Casey. They've not given a timeline at all. Now, in similar circumstances with BL3, it ended up being 6 months after the release of the game on the other platforms. But they've not said anything, and I don't have any information. Is Ghostblade better with using Banshee? So the thing with Ghostblade is... So Dreadwind has a fixed attack rate of 4 per second, meaning the attack speed of your weapon doesn't matter at all. You just want the damage. But with Ghostblade, it takes your weapon's damage and your weapon's attack speed. In both cases, you also take your weapon's crit stats. But with Ghostblade, it does look at how fast your weapon attacks. So if you have a really hard-hitting but really slow weapon, that doesn't always win over a faster-hitting weapon. So you need to keep track of more stats for Ghostblade than you do with Dreadwind. Violet chance. So rude. $12,000 crystals. I took my sweet time, but good haul. Like a peg leg would be decent. Yeah, peg leg is on the higher end of DPS for Ghostblade. It's got a good mix of damage and swing speed. Meanwhile, something like a mage staff would be pretty bad, because it's got a low attack speed and low damage. The crit stats are fine, but low attack speed and low damage. Trying to remember who got bumped to make way for Quag Chad. I bumped fine to a T1 slot instead of an animated slot. And I don't remember which one I rotated out of the T1 slots. It might have been Quag Bob from J-Bridge. I don't remember. I did it, like, late last night. I wasn't feeling good. Yeah, it was Quag Bob. I know you used it. You and I are, like, the only ones who used it consistently. I don't have emote slots for that. What would you recommend as the best then? For my Ghostblade setup, I run a Snake Stick because it's got good stats for the Ghostblade itself, but it also lets me do other things while it's active. Banshee is up there. Pickaxe is up there. Frying Pan is up there. Do a build walkthrough today already, can you? For skill tree? I can do that. Spore Tree, down to Windrunner. Berserker Tree, down to Blood of the Fallen. Max everything in Tier 2. It's pretty self-explanatory. Damage stuff. Note that we do take Unyielding, because Unyielding is more valuable than an extra 3 points in one of these. Instinct is here for swap speed and reload speed, because we do juggle weapons a lot. Dreadwind gets area damage, so that's nice to take. 1 Blast Chill and 1 Squall, just because we do swing our melee weapon during downtime. Yeah. Thoughts on expanding the bunny room for more spread out loot? I'd love it, but it's a question of do they consider that worth development resources? Because you know, restructuring an entire room is not a hot fixable change, for example. Bob Ross is the true Bob. That's true. Morning brain farts. How you doing? Pickaxe activate the Golden Dreadwind or Ghostblade? No. Fine, glad to hear it. So, Hilt Effects. People ask these questions a lot. Effects that you see down here are not triggered by anything that is not an actual melee attack. Now, there are a handful of exceptions. Spellblade. The Spellblade has multiple effects. The crit chance it gives to spells, for example, that won't activate, but the passive effect of it applying your spell damage as conditional damage to any melee you do, that does apply to anything that counts as melee. So Spellblade passively works. Goblin's Bane, with the additional damage it gives versus high HP enemies, that applies to anything melee you do. Diamond Guard Sword's Elemental Conversion will apply to anything you do, although you can only get it to rotate elements with an actual attack, and then the rest of the sword doesn't do anything on the non-melee attack parts. So those will affect other things, but hilt mods do not get factored in at all on Dreadwind. They don't exist. Like the new emote? Thanks, Kevo. How you doing? You go over gear quick? Yeah, sure. Tootherator, if we want to stick a bunch of crossbolts into a target really quick. It's 9 projectiles. Each one applies a 5% melee crossbolt. It's a tooth, but it's a crossbolt. And that's a huge formula boost. Now, our main form of applying crossbolts is through throwing these strikes, which will fly around and shoot them after I've swapped weapons and I'm already in Dreadwind. They're cryo, so they help freeze things for Icebreaker and the melee versus frozen bonus. Delusion for debuffing targets for soaked. And we hold this Rapscallion whenever we're spinning for a 40% melee damage boost. I'm using a Banshee currently. Now this enchantment is one of the most important parts of the build. For Dreadwind, this is a fresh multiplier, so it's just 50% more damage. It doesn't add into another category, it's just 50% more Dreadwind damage against a boss or badass, which is where you want the Dreadwind damage. So that's really nice. Hilt mod I happen to have is Ancient, which is nice for reducing my downtime, but Warrior would be good as well. You could make an argument for Echo as well. Rampage wouldn't really be impactful. Vampire would be a nerf. Archmage is okay. Yeah. Rings, just look for melee damage, melee crit damage, melee crit chance, action skill duration. Those are the things you want. I'm on the lookout for better rings. We got a Bad Egg with the Dreadwind enchant. Selective Amnesia. Amnesia turns your movement speed into global damage. So this enchantment feeds heavily into this. And also our movement speed skills, which we have 1 in Spore Warden Tree. We have one in Berserker Tree. The one in Berserker Tree is being boosted here. That's the skill on the right. We also have movement speed passive here. I got a Barbalode. The way Barbalode works is when you stick crossbolts into an enemy, any damage you deal has a chance to cause that crossbolt to ricochet to a nearby target, and it will scale off of what caused the ricochet, not what applied the crossbolts. So, if I throw a Shrike out there and it sticks some crossbolts into a target, I could Dreadwind on a target and cause a ricochet based on my Dreadwind's damage. And that's very nice to have. And we got a Fortifying Sigil for healing and damage. So 5 of 3 Nimble Fingers and use Spellblade, big numbers. I mean, not really, because Spellblade will generally work out to much, much, much less damage than a Banshee, unless you're doing Paradigm stuff. But if you go Paradigm, you don't have Amnesia, so it still loses. Unless you introduce Buffmeister. But Eternal Dragon, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Remember, Spellblade's bonus applies as conditional damage. We're a Berserker, and Dreadwind is a melee range ability, meaning we always get full bonus of the old ways. So, the old ways is 30% conditional. Meaning any Spellblade we had would be additive with this, aka not very impactful. Unless we have such an utterly ridiculous amount of spell damage, which would only really happen with Buffmeister and Paradigm equipped, which would be a different build, because this is an Amnesia build. Would Salt Battery have an effect, or is it the same thing as you said for certain melees? It's the same thing, Arconium. Same thing. Salt Battery also, notably, has a very low base crit chance at a very high base crit damage, so it would introduce a bigger damage swing, because any melee action skills you have scale off of your melee crit chance. So this 30% I've listed right now, this is scaling off of my Banshee. But my Dreadwind, my Ghostblade, my Storm Dragon's Judgment, my Cleansing Flames, they all look at this crit chance. So it's generally better, if you're focusing on those action skills, to use something with a crit chance that isn't 0. Now, note that even if you have a melee weapon that has a base crit chance of 0, you have a global base crit chance of 5, as you can see in the top there. Your melee weapon's crit chance adds to that base, and then multipliers go in. I was thinking of Dreadwind Spellblade, I was thinking of Ghostblade. I mean, it'd be okay, but do I even have a Spellblade? No, I don't. It wouldn't be optimal unless you filled the same parameters, and additionally, it's uninteresting. Spellblade is fucking boring. See my crazy hit yet? 529 million? I didn't see it, but that's cool. What'd you use? I have a pet dog and a katana and Warframe. This is all I need. Let's go, Rune. What's the biggest thing you're missing on your current build? Looks like fun. Biggest thing I'm missing. I'm primarily farming for ring upgrade right now. I want to swap this out for something with melee damage because I have so much ability just from this armor. Like, I have the 29.6% from the passive, and then it's giving me 2 more points in affinity. So I have a lot of ability damage. I don't need that much. Because Dreadwind gets both melee and ability, you want to balance them out to the point where you get a higher total multiplier. Investing too much in one basket lowers your damage output. Also, melee is going to affect my actual Banshee swings, whereas ability won't, so I want to shift this back over in favor of that. I would like that ring to also be a Shark's Bane, because that introduces another damage multiplier against Sharks, which would be huge for my output against them. Sharks are some of the tankier enemies in the game, chums aside. But other than that, higher damage melee weapons, like a Primordial Banshee, of course. I'd like a better Cryo Greatsword, because this is pretty low damage. Yeah, there's not much I need for this build. Primordial gear would be a big help. Yeah, the thing is, the game isn't really balanced with Primordials in mind. Easiest way to think about balancing in this game is it is the goal is for you to be 1 to 2 chaos tiers behind the max of whatever a given difficulty level is. So if you're at chaos 35, the game is pretty much expecting you to have a mix of chaotic and volatile. It's not balanced around having primordials. You might have 1 or 2, but it's not balanced around that. If you're playing chaos 20, then it's balanced around you having a mix of chaotic and non-chaotic. It's not expecting you to have volatiles. Oil and spice, Miasmic, salt and battery. Salt and battery. Yeah, that would do it. Salt and battery's, silly. But hey, that's cool. Hey, when you jump on a Zoom call late and they go, oh, here's blank, maybe he can help. You have zero idea what's going on, no shirt on, barely into your coffee. You go shirtless into your Zoom calls? That's a bold move. That is bold. Okay, rings. Rings, what do I want here? That's a decent lethal catch. I like Amnesia more than Cape of Tides. Amnesia's a lot more damage. And against single targets where I'd want that soaked, I can just use the Delusion. Amnesia does create a more risky playstyle of, it's another thing I need to trigger to get to my damage, whereas Cape was passive. Amnesia means I need to be, like, hurting to get any value out of my armor. And that can be tough, because I want my ward broken for bad egg stuff. And it's hard to heal when you're doing Dreadwind stuff. It's pretty much just Unyielding and Fortifying Sigil healing me. Now, if I happen to get kills during Dreadwind, then Blood Frenzy's helping as well. But it's very hard to keep pace with all the damage you're taking from Amnesia. Which is why having a health regen passive of my armor would also be nice, but that's asking a little too much in terms of how specific a role that would have to be. Hey, Boobalastica? Did I say that correctly? Welcome in. Amnesia's fun and Reaper Bones build? Yeah, it is. Big fan of that. One of the first builds I was really happy with in this game is Bereaver with Reaper Bones and Amnesia. Very fun. Scored a can't speak. Primordial Salt and Battery and quickly got sad because it's non-alien Rampage. Even then... Oh, this is trying. Melee crit chance. I want this, but with melee primary. Shit. Yeah, Rampage is a dead part on that item. Hopefully they fix that. I don't think it's supposed to, like, do absolutely nothing on that item, but it does. Not a great haul here. I suppose I could do the wheel and try and get some Shark's Banes that way. I have not done PLC 2 on this character, so it would just be PLC 1 stuff in that pool, but that does seem wasteful. Just save my souls for, like, whenever we get the third one. Okay, I have Moon Orbs, so I should find something to reroll. Do I have anything I can reroll? Not really. Oh well. Love your channel emotes, can't buy a sub. Just as a general thing in terms of Twitch etiquette, asking for subs is like not seen. People don't think of that very highly. I probably care less about that than most people, just keep that in mind. Little Wonderland's enjoyer. Yeah, rapid fire. How you doing? Hey, Nightbot's getting in on it. Let's go. Literal or figuratively? Literal. J-Bridge. Literal. You can do what Puppety said, but yeah, please don't beg. Please don't respond to me saying, hey, people don't like that by doing it again. I like my emotes too. But what people do with their money is something that should not be pressured when it comes to purchasing a subscription. Please and thank you. Ooh, Trust in Magic is always fun on Berserkers. Hey Daisy, how you doing? Probably my favorite Twitch emote. I'm glad you like it, Pico. I'm glad you like it. I'm so happy with it. Felicia did a great job with it. We're doing this build a different secondary class the other day. Yeah, I was first testing Dreadwind stuff with a Clawbringer secondary class, but I eventually I went the direction of using an Amnesia, and I wanted to switch to a multi-class that has movement speed. So that narrows it down to Stabomancer or Spore Warden. Morning, Beaver. How you doing? Another emote artist W. Yeah. Feel this one's better? I do. Clawbringer provides some nice potential crit consistency if you get Awe in the setup. It also gives Oath of Thunder, which is a really nice bonus element for it. But ultimately, it's providing less to Dreadwind than a Spore Warden or a Stabomancer would. Stabomancer provides the most if you were to go down to Alchemical Agent. But for the purpose of having longer Dreadwinds, because I think it's fun, you go to Berserker Capstone. And if you go to Berserker Capstone, that doesn't leave you room to get to the best stuff in Clawbringer. Especially considering class power is something you need to consider when using Dreadwind. You want to have a Berserker primary armor, like this, and the Burr Spore armor happens to give some very beneficial stuff. So that's another reason to go Spore Warden. Red Hellion is a great gun option with movement speed as well. I've got a Primordial Cryo one, and even some small movement speed stuff does really well. Yeah, Sean, Red Hellion's great. I should keep one in the backpack here, I just don't happen to have a good one on me. It'd be a good gun to shoot when I need to shoot. Shirtless Zoom call went Quag Chad. See, this is why long Dreadwind is fun, because you can do things like this. You just hit an obelisk room and one spin for almost the whole thing. I didn't move quite fast enough, so it fell off. L plus ratio. You can get very satisfying durations by going for Berserker Capstone. Spin to win. Plus W. Quag Chat is professional, would not be shirtless on Zoom. True. True and real. Actually being able to hit loot enemies is such a rare occurrence that I gotta get in on that. Fuck the bonus objective. We can actually hit loot enemies. Satisfying duration's a foreign concept to me. It's okay, Jay Rich. Happens to a lot of people. Oh, I'd also like to note that when I'm fighting these coiled have shock resistance, and I'm using a shock weapon. So it's like just my bad egg and enraged bonus elements killing them. It's just my bonus elements. This is one of the reasons having a cryo one would be slightly better in some mobbing scenarios. Now, cryo has a big penalty against flesh. So you could argue a fire one would be even better. But cryo would have additional icebreaker stacking. Which could be good. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Sybil. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. 302 gifted subs in the channel. I appreciate it. Ever encountered a loot scritch? Not sure about the name. DLC 2 enemy. It's the only thing I've seen in Purple Health Bar. A loot Skatori. Yes. Yes. Tis a thing. Tis a thing. That used to be something people found a lot when farming for the Skull Masher. When DLC 2 first came out. For a long time, Skull Masher and Cocky Bastard could only be acquired from chests in that DLC. So often when you were farming for that item, you'd get loot Skatari. It was terrible. Try this with the portable sigil. Is the healing damage from the stationary necessary? I'll put it on, and I think you'll be able to see pretty quick why I don't like it. It doesn't line up very well. You can use it to get the easy freezing, but it's not giving me the healing, and it's got very, 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 very low uptime. Because empowering sigils are 5-second duration. You can cast it, and then if you're very quick, you can get into your Dreadwind and get 4 seconds of smithing with the sigil following you. Now, if you have enough movement speed, that's great for mobbing, but I don't need help mobbing. The fortifying sigil helps me a lot more against bosses. Does the empowering also give the damage? No. Just gives damage reduction and those novas. Now, empowering sigils, if you get a cryo one, are extremely good at freezing enemies. They have like a guaranteed freeze effect. But that's not always useful. Burr Cap also lowers uptime, because if you have big Dreadwind time, you can't pop a sigil again. True. And one of the bigger issues with Dreadwind is survivability. Damage reduction can help, but we already have damage reduction. We have the old ways. What I need more of is healing. Like, healing would help me there. Like, even with the fortifying sigil, Cat, how'd you destroy my recycling again? I keep a recycling bin, like, right here, and they somehow always knock it over. yeah, like, I need even more healing. So, using an Empower would be stepping backwards, not forwards. So close to Dreadwind. Quagchad, don't recycle. No, recycling's good. Kevin knocking over the recycling bin, walking away. It was Kevin. Yeah, he's walking away like Chad right now. Fucking cat. Bit better anxiety, still kicking my ass. I feel you, Mr. Adblock. I really do get it. Seriously, let me know if you need anything. Working on Executioner's Blade build right now. It's cool, Jenga. I personally have a very strong distaste for that capstone. It's just... It's a good example of when you're too afraid of a mechanic. And it, by contrast, comparing that to some of the other stuff that they weren't afraid enough of, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't like the design of Executioner's Blade. It can be good in some very specific types of setups, but I just don't like it from any design perspective. Morning, hawking around. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope things been treating you well. I'm glad to see Quagchad getting so much use. He's lower timing at least. I don't see how it would harm anything if they made it instant or near instant. Because, like, you're still having to cap out what is one of the weaker skill trees in the game at its lower tiers. Like, taking any points past Alchemical Agent and Sabo Tree, you are already accepting that you are taking dead points. Like, it is not possible to get down that tree without taking something that's either so niche it's not worth having, or outright bad. So I don't think the capstone needs to have that many restrictions, because if you're sacrificing to get there, then why? And it's also got a weird hitbox, it's delayed damage, it's divided formula. Like, it triggers in gun and spell builds, but, like, it's melee. Why? You see, too, things been going pretty well, working on my sleep schedule as a way for being that good. Hey, working on the sleep schedule was a timeless struggle, pun intended. And I hope it's going well. Got a non-element Fear Not on my Hammer Circle while leveling Demolish Drill with it. Let's go. Which kind of Fear Not was it? Was it Lightning Bolts? Was it Pixies? Looks like Dreadwind kills the Cyclops immediately after Cyclops. That's nice. It is. Hey, Sinju. How you doing? Good to see you. Which is whack, I know. Yeah, it can still be fun to build around. Like, I have a Blizzard build I'm working on, even though I don't think very highly of that action skill at all. Just, sometimes you're making it work to make it work, you know? Tried Hammer and Anvil out of my Claw Stalker. It's fun to see my shield gets killed. I have tried Hammer and Anvil. It can apply Alchemical Agent and all that stuff. So, it can be funny. I've been told there's a build someone made with Hammer and Anvil and Ward regenning, so they just kind of passively run around and enemies make hammers that kill them. Lightning Bolt Chucks, see how I push them so much. They're so good. What's the game's name? This game? This is Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Does Blizzard need more than a damage buff? I would say so. It's, It's very bad at actually tracking enemies, so it's very slow. Like, even a mildly fast enemy can just outrun it. And it's got pretty bad duration and a pretty bad cooldown. On top of its damage issues. Now, you can get it to do enough damage in mobbing, but what in this game isn't good at mobbing? Is the thing. Like, you can mob with anything with enough formula. You can mob with a con with enough formula. Doesn't mean the con has enough damage. Traps are crazy, they're so strong. Nightmare. Cool. I was too aggressive. Yeah, this is a tricky one. I don't have enough HP to buffer a tank Nightmare the way I want to here. So the idea that I was trying to do for a couple attempts there was tank one hit and then spin, but I can't do that because it hits too hard. So I think I need to hit myself and then spin. I'm gonna down myself and reset because I want to do that boss fight over. Debuff rack, man. Evil Eye Crab looks in your general direction. That's an insult. That's a better way of doing it. I could have done that better still. That was better. You just teleport to the same spot? Oh no, you're just very slow. Come on, Nightmare. Thank you. SFH, shake my apple. Yes. Special time right now, so I have a break. Let's go. I could be a Quagga Chad. Well, over 13k after the chest. Without really going nuts taking curses. I'm not taking curses here, and we're getting this much. Eluding all rooms is so profitable with this event. Show skills? Absolutely. Butt Stallion boosted Affinity a couple times. I think once, actually. Might have been twice. But I have 5 in Affinity, and then I have an extra 2 in my armor. So yeah, she boosted it once. I am getting a bonus 1 to Icebreaker from my armor, and a bonus 2 to Cold Snap from my armor. Or is it 1 to Cold Snap? 1 Icebreaker, 2, yeah. We cap out Berserker, because this is what lets us lower our downtime by getting kills and increase our uptime by getting kills. And we go down to Windrunner and Medicinal Mushroom. This one's quality of life, this one is movement speed, and because we have Selective Amnesia equipped, movement speed is damage. Also, movement speed lets me actually get in range to spin more quickly, so it's nice for that. Hero points wise, I know I didn't go over this earlier. Max crit damage, max crit chance, rest in Constitution. I could stand to move some Dex to Constitution, honestly. That would probably be the play. Final points to the frost damage skill, because it's not impactful. I could take a healing skill for 3 points, which you should always do this. If you want to live on a Berserker, you take on Yielding. It might not seem impactful, but it doesn't list the second effect. It says while enraged the effect is doubled, but what it actually does is it gives you regen based on your max HP while you're enraged on top of the missing health regen, so it's a lot better than it looks. So you take on Yielding. Then as for the other 2 points, getting 12% melee damage, which is a stat I have less access to, is going to do more than getting 8% frost damage. Because this 8% frost damage, that's going to be additive with any frost damage I get here. So that's 40.6% there already. I have action skill active elemental damage increase as well. So what's 8% added to, 75? And then I have myth rank as well, which is another 30. So 8% added to 105 is basically nothing. Whereas melee I have a lot less of, so I want to get that more. Does hello proc high? Yes, high. I'll be right back, chat. I'm running to the bathroom real quick. That was the wrong screen. Okay, be back. Wait, screen should be the full sticker. I have had that suggested. Maybe I do that. On Hammer Berserker, I'd be better off putting the points somewhere else in the Frost skill. It depends on how much the alternative means to you. If melee damage would benefit you in any significant way, then yes, I would take that. Because on Hammer Berserker, you have Dragon Aura, which is another huge elemental boost. It's just strictly better than Ancestral Frost, and you don't have a lot of reason to take both. But if you're not going to benefit from melee damage at all, or at least not in any significant way, then you would be better still taking Ancestral Frost. Why ball when you can Chad? Yes. Thank you. You're welcome, Shaq. That's a good question. A common mistake that people make, and it's not their fault at all, is investing too many eggs into one basket in terms of damage formula-wise. You see people do this a lot with, let's say, running a melee build, and you dump everything you have into just the melee damage stat, and then it's underwhelming. Well, that's because you need to diversify. You need to get more stuff. You can get elemental damage, you got the crit stats, you've got conditional damage, you've got global damage, some melee things such as Dreadwind do area damage, and different categories of damage multipliers, they multiply each other. So spreading them out gives you more overall damage. If they're bad eggs in a basket, I see what you did there. I like it. Not much need for Ancestral Frost, you know, Frost melee weapon. Yeah, having a Frost melee weapon doesn't even make it more impactful either, Purple Panda. Because ultimately, per point, 4% Frost damage still adds to the category where I have lots of elemental boosts already. So, melee damage isn't enough, gun damage isn't enough. Right, you need multiple boosts. Because a good representation of this, 1 times 1 times 1 times 8 is 8. 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 is 16. You have smaller boosts, but you spread it out better. And it led to double the damage. So, spread it out. Morning, Alan Pear. How you doing? Just wondering what pieces of equipment can roll loot luck. Amulet can get 1 to 2 loot luck passives, and then you can get an enchantment on your ward for 25% at level 40. Those are the only gear pieces. I'd like an option to feed the bunnies 1k crystals. That would be nice. Doing these all elite extended runs, it's taken a while to sort through this loot. Every run is like 5 minutes of me just looking at rings. This one's trying. It's a championship ring, which is a good passive condition to have. Melee damage, cooldown, spell radius, melee crit chance, that's like all good stuff. Pick it up. It's not exactly what I'm going for, but I shouldn't pass it up. And then there's a double spell radius, shell casing. Shell casing's such a hard condition to meet, though. It tried, though. Thank you, you're welcome. Nice, J-Bridge. You think we're gonna get the Sharksbane we're after, chat? Ability primary Sharksbane. You know, or not ability primary, melee primary, excuse me. I'd like to have action skill duration on it. But like, just a melee primary Sharksbane would be huge for my damage output. I don't think we're gonna get it, but I'd like it. Finish vacuuming and cleaning everything. How goes the Dreadwind build? Her earlier mentioned when things accidentally come together like this. Can relate. Yeah. Dreadwind's going well. We're farming for rings at the moment. I specifically want a melee Sharksbane. That would be a big damage increase for me against relevant targets. Because for the same reason we just talked about, where getting more categories equals more damage, a melee Sharksbane, like the worst one, would lower my output against a lot of targets. But Sharksbane has that, do I have one on me? Yeah, here we go. Has, that deals 66% increased damage to land shark enemies. Yeah, that is a fresh multiplier. So, it would be way more damage than anything else in that slot against that enemy type. That's why I want it. Especially because sharks are some of the enemies that tend not to die in one Dreadwind if I don't have my bad egg up. This would help me get around that issue. So average Wonderlands math enjoyer. Accurate. Do I have health bug on? Feels like they're dying fast. No, I don't. Just crack damage. Cool. Yo, Pico, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Buff Buddies and Magma Breach. Ooh, I can use Magma Breach for easy amnesia access. I can stand still long enough to take 1 tick of damage and then start going. That's helpful. Gonna get one, but it'll be spell damage. I think we already did get a spell damage Sharksbane today, or we might. So yeah, that tracks.
Average Quag Enjoyer Quag Chad.
Thank you so much, Pico. I appreciate it. And lovely to have you around. I hate these elite Eldritch Wyverns. Ugh. I spend so little time actually in a state where I can Dreadwind them. Oh, there's a quartz over here. Let me just hit that. Compose a tweet, Quag Chad. How do you want me to do that? Plenty. Like, I don't know how I can do that. Also, if I tweet out just the image and shit, then it'll just get stolen because people do that. I don't know how to do that. It's bad while I'm climbing up the castle levels and crushing on rubies by a throwable hole. It's not bad. I just encourage, in general, for when people are progressing, not to get too dependent on one thing, because it's habit forming. But if you can use responsibly and something you enjoy, then, like, why not? People love stealing to make a career out of it. They do. Make a GIF? Yeah, people would still steal that. That's the thing. Shift Windows S to capture anything on your screen. Yep, that's how I take screenshots. Hold responsibly. What class combo makes the best use of Amnesia's damage? I want to become the Flash. That's a difficult question to answer, because... So, Graveborn has the easiest time keeping the effect on, but Graveborn is also the one with the most global damage, which is additive with Amnesia. So, technically from a math standpoint, I suppose Graveborn gets the least. And everyone else kind of benefits equally, because it's... Graveborn's the only one with that stat in tree. Yeah, no one else has that in tree at all. So, like... hard to answer. I suppose it would be weighted more towards the 3 classes that have movement speed, those being Spore Warden, Stabomancer, and Berserker. Graveborn, Clawbringer, and Spellshot do not have movement speed, so I guess they lose in that area. So that's a reminder. Yeah, I'll refund the points money. Just remind me. Pretty sure I owe a couple people some point refunds. Unapologetically use rubies. Phase 1 Imelda, fuck that fight. Yeah, that's acceptable. Zero judgment. I wouldn't judge you for using rubies anyway. Like, as ridiculously strong as that gun is, it still requires you to be able to get that first kill, which is more than what I can say for something like Pixies. And it is a more active way of not playing the game than something like a Pixie or a Hawken. So, not much of a difference, but there is one. I just like it less. Doesn't bird kill themselves with bonus frost? No. Are you seeing me die to my frost here, Irish? Rubies forces you to clear rooms super fast, you're a maniac like me trying to keep the effect up at all times. Right. And that inherently is a little more active. See, I'm dying to enemy damage. Yo, Wagadoda, thank you so much for the Prime and the 7 months. I appreciate it. Take Jeff Bezos' money. Okay, my money was free sub sorta. Yeah. It might be free sub sorta, but it's a definitely thank you. That doesn't grammatically make any sense. You get what I'm saying. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm quite handsome today. Do every day. I mean today in particular. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. I must say though, my left arm hurts. I went and got a second booster.
Take Jeff Bezos'
COVID
money.
booster.
Okay, my money, but it a free sub. Sorta.
Thank you again, Wagadoda. I went and got a second Moderna booster yesterday. It's immunocompromised. They recommend having 4 total doses, so I done did that. Walked down to the pharmacy. It was a beautiful day, so I enjoyed it. But doing this is absolutely miserable. Compromise, sorry to hear that. I don't know who lives with me is as well. Everyone in my house is. There's 3 of us who live here, and all 3 of us are. 1 heavily, me moderately, and the least immunocompromised person is a cancer survivor senior citizen. Chances are someone you know, and or someone you love, does have a diminished immune system due to some various condition. So I wish more people would think about that shit, because We gotta live by different rules. Some shit's just risky. This spin is so satisfying. That was a good spin. Built different, literally. I think I'm dead. These are all elite trolls. I'll keep swinging. If I get a series of good blast chills, I might get up. That was really close. I should have popped my sigil. Fuck. I should have popped my sigil, but that was close. I died because I spun into that barrel. I was having too much fun spinning. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? A series of unfortunate events. That series was kind of fucked up. Like, profoundly fucked up. It sucks so much past the radar. Stone Chad. Shark's Bane would be perfect for, like, this room. It'd be a fresh mold against these guys. That's why it wants it. I think it's to the point where you could argue that every build, if possible, should have a Shark's Bane equipped. How much have children's authors snuck in over the years? Good question. Just found out a few days ago. Also may have celiac disease. Ugh. Sorry, Alan Per. That's just shit. I don't have any other way to describe it other than that's shit and I'm sorry it's happening to you. Game only gives lethal catch to me. I get a lot of lethal catches too. What's interesting is, in the ring hotfix, they listed the buff to lethal catch, but not the buff to Shark's Bane. In an alternate universe, if they had buffed lethal catch, but not Shark's Bane, I think, lethal catch would have felt a little less awful to get a drop for, but, like, it's not bad. It's just, you get it and you think of, oh, I could have gotten the other PLC 1 ring, and then you feel sad. They're hitting so hard. Eating gluten-free is extremely expensive. Yeah. I imagine it might have been disproportionately affected by, at least if you're in the US, inflation stuff. Because more, I suppose you could call it niche dietary things like that. Even harder to come by and ugh, just a whole shitty situation. It's not your fault, I appreciate the thought. Still, I don't like to see shit happen to people who, you know, have it rough already. So, I'm sorry for you. Moved from South Carolina to Georgia. Finally got my apartment set up with my gaming rig. Been on the road for the move since April. Went back and forth with my stuff and girlfriend's stuff in Michigan. It's nice to be back gaming and catch a Quag stream. Hey, happy to have you back, Casey. And that's a very active chunk of life. I imagine you're happy to be settled in, at least more so. And hey, happy to have you back. Handle transmission. Barrel. Chat, there was a barrel. So awkward. They do so much damage. There we go. Yeah, enemy damage was not letting us do things there. People don't choose to have extreme dietary restrictions to their body, be allergic to it, having reactions to celiac, its price so high to live like others can't be normal. Yep. It's very difficult, Pupty, to not feel like they just want us to die. You know, people just... I think a lot of it is thoughtlessness. Like, people don't think about the fact that, okay, what if someone literally can't eat that kind of thing or they die? Should they have to pay more? Is you masking up for 10 minutes more of an inconvenience than an immunocompromised person not going outside for years at a time? I don't think it is. And then you'll see it manifest in its highest form of, shitty human behavior when you have people shouting down things like capping the cost of insulin and shit like that. Like, why? Why can't people just live? Okay, drill shouldn't be too bad here. I am gonna wear this, though. I hate when he places his arm in that position, because I could have gotten him in one spin, but his arm was stopping me from jumping. Yeah. If you're gonna Dreadwind drill, by the way, chat, the place you aim is his right hip. So our left, his right, that's where you Dreadwind, and you can hit him. But you do have to stand in the water. Though, because you can jump during Dreadwind, you don't have to actually keep taking every tick. Hey, Shooter Fan Booms, how you doing? Good on yourself? Doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. He says it right before he takes a spear to the face. Harpoon, whatever. Same shit. Move your arm. Move your arm. There you go. Thank you. Dreadwind on drill. It works. It's just very awkward. And this is why we switch weapons. Because the fire one made that a lot easier. And now we switch from the fire one to shock one. There we go. Easy. Easy drill. Fuck you, game. How dare you do this to me? This is an insult. This is an outrage. I hate that gun so much. So glad I live in a place where I don't have to pay for my insulin's covered by health insurance instead of having to pay for it so I can eat. Yeah. Diabetics have to choose between, you know, food and life-saving medication in this country. It's fucking awful. But build, this is my Dreadwind setup. I took it as a personal challenge when the interaction of Blast Chill being able to be triggered by things other than melee attacks was changed so that it's now just melee attack instead of melee damage. A lot of people, myself included, suspected that Dreadwind might have been disproportionately affected by the change, and that it wouldn't really be viable anymore. So I took it as a challenge, using my own theories and also some work done by a couple other community members to make Dreadwind a viable damage source, and it's going pretty well. In terms of skill tree, we go down to Berserker Capstone for longer Dreadwinds. Now, if you were to go for absolute maximum damage from using Dreadwind, the multi-class you're going to go for is Frost Shiver, because you can go Tier 5 in this tree and then also Tier 5 in Stabbo to get Alchemical Agent. That would be like optimal damage, but for fun factor, I like having more frequent and longer Dreadwinds, so I go Berserker Capstone for Blood of the Fallen, and then that leaves my second class open to a few different choices, but I like Spore Warden because ability damage goes into Dreadwind formula. You get a little more cooldown here, you get a lot more movement speed here, you get the Pet Revive for quality of life because this is a very high-risk setup, and also the multi-class Berserker primary, Spore secondary on armor gives really good skills for the setup. So, in terms of gear we're using, we throw a gun with wings, a Shrike Fear Not, with melee crossbolts. So this is applying those crossbolts while we're spinning, and that's a huge part of our damage. Whenever we're using a lightning or cryo weapon, we debuff with Twisted Illusion for soaked. I can use this Tooth Raider for faster crossbolts than this, so like I can shoot this and then start spinning. But we always spin with this Rapscallion because Skulldugger pistols are capable of getting 2 blades for a total of 40% melee damage, and that's what this looks like. So we like that. Bad Egg, us having our wards down, gives us a huge amount of extra damage for our melee. And this enchantment rewards us for having Blood of the Fallen because we can carry our movement speed into a second Dreadwind if we kill enough targets. But also we get increasing damage the longer we spin. Now because we have an Amnesia on, the movement speed from this also is damaged. Not only do we get that damage dealt, but the fact that Amnesia takes your movement speed stat and applies it as all damage as well, we do more damage the longer we spin. And that's pretty cool. Barbaload helps us out in mobbing a lot. Fortifying Sigil is what allows us to do things like full Dreadwind drill, and we're farming for better rings at the moment. Revisiting Borderlands 2 and pre-sequel has been very fun. That's cool. That's cool. I've been thinking about booting up Borderlands 3 for some fun lately, but I have too many build ideas I'm working on in Wonderlands, so I just haven't yet. Dreadwind still feels weaker in some action skills from the Shadows, Ghostblade, Reaper. Well, Dreadwind is stronger than Ghostblade, just straight up. It's more damage. It's riskier, but it's more damage. Reaper of Bones itself doesn't do damage. It's something that enhances other sources of damage, so I don't think that's a fair comparison at all. And From the Shadows is just arguably the strongest action skill in the game. Poured so many crystals into a bunny this weekend, cannot get one of those Skulldugger pistols in an element. At least for this setup, Shay, this one, I don't care what element it is because I don't even really shoot it. This is just for holding. Now, on my other builds, like my Ghostblade setup, yeah, I care more about the element because I actually shoot it. But at least for looking for a 40% blade, you don't need to worry about the element because I never fire this at all. Amnesia feels like a staple for melee builds to me. It's a really large damage value. Like, the fact that Amnesia, so the way it gives you this damage is it takes your movement speed stat. It doesn't look at how fast you're actually moving, it takes the stat. So we have 23.7 here. Amnesia gives you another 20, so 43.7. Let's see, we got 5 out of 3 Cold Snap, or I suppose with Butt Stallion right now we have 7. That doubles when enraged, so that's another 42%. Then we got 7 out of 3 Windrunner because thanks Butt Stallion, so that's another 56%. Then we have 25% more from Myth Rank. So whatever that total is, we get that for our all damage stat, simply for taking damage. So that stacks up in a huge way. How do I feel about pre-sequel? I really like the gameplay of pre-sequel. I like the character design. I like the innovations in there. I think it's still a crying shame that it never got the amount of content it deserves. But Claptastic Voyage is probably the only story DLC I could say I would actually replay. For things other than gear. And I like the character skill tree design in TPS a lot. Gravity? I found the movement in TPS to be much more enjoyable than games up to that point, titles up to that point. I like the Oz kits and the boost movement. It just felt good. I like TPS gameplay-wise. Too slow for me? It's faster than BL2, so... Hey Bazooka dude, how you doing? Good to see you. Alright, so come on. Melee Sharksbane, please. Please. Sniping in mid-air was super fun. That it was. That it was. Also, the ground slam in that game, so responsive. Melee Sharksbane, let's go! It's not Chaos tiered. Neither of the passives help us at all. But it's a Melee Sharksbane. So that'll be real nice. I'll be equipping that. It's gonna be a downgrade in a lot of situations, but huge upgrade against any sharks we run into. This includes Chums, so poor Chums was already getting bullied. It's gonna just get even worse. Oh hey, here's a better one. That's an even better one. It still doesn't really help much, but it being volatile is a lot more melee damage. We'll equip that one. Cool. Music do you listen to? A lot of different stuff, honestly. I had some fun listening to some synthwave sort of arrangements of Elden Ring boss themes. I shared a couple of them in the Discord. A couple of people here enjoyed them. So occasionally electronic music. I suppose my go-tos are I like metal and I like some light rap, like not the super heavy rap stuff, but I also listen to a fair amount of pop music. Not current pop, I don't even know who does pop nowadays, but older stuff. Snoop? I've never actually listened to much Snoop. Just like a couple iconic tracks, but I've never really gotten heavy into Snoop music. I should, though. "20-minute fight with Imelda yesterday, time to respec." Imelda's so cool. Oh yeah, that Sharksbane already working. That was huge damage against that shark. My Shrikes killed that. Like, I didn't do shit. My Shrikes did. Break my ward. I didn't have time to spin on it. Metal enough for this side quest. Love 80s power ballad, speaks to the soul. Yeah. I had some Tears for Fears stuck in my head the other day. I'm the type of person who sometimes I get one song, like I get fixated on it, so I'll just listen to one song for like 4 hours. I'm weird. Are Pixies OP and Strikes aren't? They get different formulas. And have different purposes. Also, I'm not the slightest bit invested into my Shrike formula at all. Any damage they do is incidental. I honestly wish they did less damage. I kind of want to get a non-chaotic version of this gun so that it does less. But this is proof that gun damage isn't the only thing that makes guns do damage, because I don't have gun damage in this setup. Yet, they're still able to do that much damage, because I have a good formula. But they're not the focus of this build. Divergent. Has Sen done Divergent testing yet? Poor Sen. Ouch. Yo, McBain, thank you so much for the 7 months. I appreciate it. Hope you've been well. Support means the world. Thank you so much. Probably find such a great emote as well. Love it animated. Even stands up vanilla. Yeah. I had to make room. I wish we had more animated slots. 5 is not enough. I wanted to melee that. God damn it, Shrike. Stop doing so much damage. How do I make them do less damage? Fuck. I honestly want to save edit my gun down to a lower level now. Just this one? I wanted to do less. Fuck. Depriving me of the satisfaction of swinging my big greatsword. Where's the meteor attack coming from? That's workplace hazards. Curse. Quag check to do surrounded by Quag Chads. I feel like I've seen this meme and it involves the couch. That's Gargle Snot, that's why I died. Oof. Soaked. And go. There we go. You my friend? There's a lot of friends here. Other stuff I miss in terms of animated emotes is, we had animated Quag Jam for a while, and I love that, but just, we needed the room. Because Quag Check and Quag Chad, too good. Go. Had to be nerfed. Oh, it's cycling small boys. Quack Jam and Quack Fine do well enough that the animation's still super fun. I'm glad you think so. As long as people like them enough to use them, that's what matters. You know when you see a bug flying around, like, the very corner of your vision, and you can't stop paying attention to it? In other words, I'd like to die. Probably leave only works animated, so it stays. It almost went, Dex. It almost went. I realized I could just move Fine over to a non-animated the last second. Roommate repotted some plants, and with it came an infestation of gnats. Kill like 20 of them a day and hate my life. Ugh. Vinegar in a bottle, drop of soap, fly there and drown. That's dark. I see what you did there, Bazooka, dude. I'm not sure half the people here will get that reference, and that just makes me feel old. I don't know how I don't know how I feel about that. Quag Yogi. don't know how someone in a barrel can run that fast. I imagine they're pretty motivated, huh? Like, if you saw the Fate Maker just spinning at you like that, you would move pretty fast, too. Nope, I don't play Beyblade. Going back to Magic the Gathering. Hey Aaron, how you doing? Like one of the Goblin Rocket Packs. They seem hard to aim. And you know me, I'm not good at that whole aiming thing. Can you freeze that? You can. Good job, Strike. Strike? Shrike, not Strike. What am I talking about? I can't speak, chat. Also can't hit fucking Cyclops, apparently. Morning, Hazel. How you doing? New emote's pretty cool looking. Hey, I'm glad you like it. It's proven to be a little polarizing. Some people absolutely love it, and some people are like, this is cursed. So either way, it was the correct decision. Are you gonna be my Beyblade? Well played. Respect you shooting your shot. I already have a partner with whom I let it rip decks, but I appreciate the respectful request. Ah, yes, the pinata room. All I think about when I see Chad recently is Jed 9mm Professor. There's a reason they're calling those games Pokemon MILF and Pokemon DILF. Okay, like, hello? Please get in Dreadwind range. This is awful. I hate this room. They're not even going for the Butt Stallion statue. They're just... what are they even doing? Pain, suffering, get me out of this fucking room. Ouch. Ow. They're quite aggressive. Flying enemies in melee is painful. Yeah, it's another reason strikes are nice here. Might be better to switch to the personal sigil to freeze them out of the areas here. Maybe. Ooh, we got chums! Okay, we got chums with the Shark's Bane. Be back soon. Sounds good, shooter. We got the Shark's Bane. Happy gaming. Same to you. Chums. I'm sorry, buddy. If that wasn't impressive, keep in mind he resists the element I'm using. By like 50%. Yikes. See, this Amne's just kind of trying. It's got Blast, chill. Area damage. Missing health. It's not Chaos Tier. Primordial Smash Hammer is up to 1500. Huh. I keep forgetting about that. It's not bad. Not as good as a Greatsword, but not bad. Damage types for strikes get gun. Fork melted faster, yeah, it's a lot of resistance, just power through. Let's hit melee weapons. Hopefully we get a Primordial Banshee of some kind would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna argue. I still have not gotten a Primordial Banshee at all now that I think about it. Word of the shark fins. Guess I shriked out with Quag, because I got a super seduce somewhere else. You get mission rewards from bunnies? No. No, you cannot. If someone told you that you can, they're lying to you. I suppose the exception is the full battery, but that's a non-mission reward that happens to be a mission reward. This Banshee mission reward, there's two versions. There's the blue one, which is the mission reward, and then there's the legendary one. A lot of items have a legendary upgrade to them. For example, there's Lechance's leg is a mission reward, and then the peg leg, which is a legendary. You have the Shrieking Banshee, or no, Banshee Claw is the quest version. Wailing Banshee is the legendary version. There's a few items that follow this. Birthright and Queen's Cry is another one. Tide Sorrow and Storm Surge. Also thought actual D&D stream with friends. I don't really have the group for that. Last campaign I did was, by the end it was tough to get everyone together. Different time zones and schedules and stuff, and yeah. Legendary last rites, could you imagine? Holy. Chaotic Banshee. Legendary headcanon? Oof. You guys are saying some scary shit. .9 pickaxe. These are nice to get. It's got Archmage as well. I should pick that up. What can I drop for this? What can I drop for this? Don't need that. Pan. What are you here? Legendary hiding right here. That's just a diamond guard sword. I don't know if to care. Okay. Let's do one more. Girlfriend just about to beat BO3. Curious about getting this game play together. Is it worth it? I'd say so. I'm someone who absolutely loves BO3. I put in over 6,000 hours into that game, most of that being endgame content. I played that game for a long time, and it's what even built my channel. And so far, if you compare 2 months into BL3's life to 2 months into Wonderland's life, I think Wonderland's is better. So if you like builds and endgame gameplay, yeah, Wonderlands will be definitely for you. If you're a more story playthrough-oriented gamer, maybe not. Maybe. But the story quality in this game's good. It's just there's not like a New Game Plus. So if all you do is playthroughs, I don't know, maybe it's not for you. But as a build crafter, this game's absolutely amazing. And in particular, if you've ever liked the feel of melee builds in Borderlands, this game finally got melee, like, right for the first time since BL2. Now, of course, there's some bosses which are kind of hell to melee, one phase of Imelda, but this game got melee right. Waiting for 7th class to inject additional life to build crafting. That implies that there's not life in build crafting right now, Aaron. And, you know, I would reject that because there's lots of life in build crafting right now. Sure, it'll add more, but, like, there's a lot. Not saying there isn't, but build demands more. Luckily, you have plenty of things to do while you wait. Like, I'm currently in the background working on a Blizzard build, I'm working on a Feral Surge build, working on a Dire Sacrifice build, and I'm trying to get some pet build stuff going as well. That's aside from me farming and optimizing my existing builds. Those are new ones that I've got brewing. There's plenty to do. Melee, right, and then tweak the live wire. Fortunately, you don't have to use the live wire, because see, I'm not using it. Get back here. Get back here. Thank you. For Quag Bob. I had to make room, Beaver. I had to make room. But look, we got Quag Chad. He's Quag Chad. It's the new shit. Bob went to the gym. Yes. Hey, Arctic Ninja, how you doing? Built himself. Maybe that's a case for more Blood Frenzy points. Because I feel like I could have lived that if I'd gotten a timely Blood Frenzy heal there. Where do I pull that point from, though? Question. I want more healing on this setup. That's the conclusion I find myself coming to quite often. I like to heal situations like that. Quag bad jokes? Never. Means like Quag Chad all your bad jokes now? Yes. That's exactly what that means. I mean, no, I don't make bad jokes. I'm confused. I've lost the narrative. Vampire Hilt? No. Vampire Hilt will lower my bad egg uptime. And also Dreadwind doesn't trigger that. The only Hilt mod that would have any effect on my survivability within Dreadwind would be Warrior. And that would only be from stacking Warrior before entering Dreadwind. Outplayed. Jokes aren't bad, they just have a niche use case. I like that. Saw this out of the corner of my eye. Boy, howdy, Rough Rider would actually be useful in this game. Would it? Like, would it? What would the Rough Rider be useful for? Remember, if you're thinking Rough Rider, oh, I could get all these while shield is empty effects. Yeah, all of those are in the shield slot. Ward slot, whatever. So, like...
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
It wouldn't let you turn anything on because it still eats that slot. If you want a health tank, taking a big ward with unarmored defense is better. Rough Rider still wouldn't have any use case in this game, amusingly. Now, if it was moved in some other item slot, like if it was, Rough Rider was an amulet that stopped any shield regen from working or something, then yeah, cool. That'd have some use. But instead we got it as a spell shot skill, Omega Lol. Glass cannon without mage armor turns any ward into Rough Rider. Exactly. Yeah, we got that as a spell shot thing. So like even if the item itself was here. Oh well. How do I make this game fun again? Chaos level 30, can never get any specific gear drop from my build, always run ammo on chaos runs. It sounds like that's your build having some structural integrity issues. And fun is ultimately subjective. I'm still having fun with the game, Carman, so, like, I don't really have an answer for your specific situation without more information. I don't like generalizations like this game isn't fun, because to me it is. If you're running out of ammo, that's going to be your build issue. Especially at Chaos 30, yeah, that's you doing something incorrectly. What weapons are you using? Ah, we took too much damage to one cycle freeze, please. That's sad. One Fear Not, Whatnot, blue and purple. That's not telling me much. What kind of Fear Not, Whatnot? Those get, like, a lot of different part configurations. Also, it'd probably help to know what your multi-class is, what kind of build you're trying to be, whether it's a gun build or something else. Pixie. So if you're using pixies and having trouble, that's your build. Pixies are one of the strongest things in this game. So it's going to be something in terms of your skill tree, your choice of rings, your enchantments. It's something you have not done. Spell Shot mainly uses spells. Okay, so you've missed something. You're using a decent choice of weapon. No, it's not to my personal taste. It's one of the stronger things. My rings suck. Okay, the cool thing about rings is you don't need to worry about which effect a ring has. Go for the stats. I did a bunch of ring farming on stream today, and I talk about this a bit. You don't need everything about a ring to be perfect. For example, I'm using this Shark's Bane specifically because it has the primary stat I want, and is a Shark's Bane. I intentionally don't care, didn't get too picky, I should say, about the passives down here, neither of which helped me in this build, because going for everything to be perfect it is unrealistic. But before using this Shark's Bane, I was using other rings like this, where I don't care about the fact that this is a silicone ring. I don't care that while health is above 50%, effects increase 33%. Yeah, that may as well not be there. I'm using this for the passives here. So a purple would be just as valuable to me personally here. Sure, I'd be getting a little less out of it in a certain situation, but the stats are what matter. So check your vendors for good purple rings that help your builds. Hit the ring bunny in the chamber. Flamethrower might help the dying issue. It won't. Dark magic healing is not good for survival. It's good in mobbing, but if you're a spell shot dying and mobbing, then yeah, that's not your problem either. Doesn't Lazy Dawn Extended Chaos 35 with literally the only spells equipped? Yes. Ammo shrines are nice. STUs help as well. The bloom got hit by the pendulum? That's great. That's hilarious. Please fly into the other one. I need this in my life. My life won't be complete until I see... Oh, yeah. That's that good shit. That's that good. That's everything I needed in life. It's all downhill from here. I just started my Dreadwind and instantly got deleted. I think I got hit by the pendulum and the crab. You having some trouble exploding there, Barform? He eventually got it. Ploop, there it is. On point today, Bazooka Dude. Probably built Spellshot violently dumps on all content in the game, true curve stomping. Yeah, to the point where it's completely unreasonable. And sometimes it can just be a couple pieces of knowledge or a couple gear passes that are between you and that level of power. Something this game does that previous games have not done, previous Lands games, is it checks you. Like, you will have difficulty on the Chaos Climb if you don't do certain things. Whether that's matching elements to certain situations, whether that's having a good damage formula set up, whether that's not having any survivability, whether that's not learning to dodge enemy attacks. There's multiple checks in this game. Wonderlands is objectively more difficult than any Borderlands game. It's just, that's the reality. Now, playing certain things can trivialize the game to make that no longer the case, but speaking on a game-wide level, it's simply more difficult. Fortunately, we have a few layers of increasing difficulty in this game. You have not only Chaos levels, but you have the in-game difficulty menu. I'm playing Chaos 35 and Intense, and that covers both of those. But also, you have Eliting and taking curses in Chaos Chamber. I'm doing all elite rooms on this run, which makes enemies significantly more dangerous and tanky. I haven't been taking a lot of curses today, but that's something I could do to inject additional difficulty into my gameplay, excuse me. Banshee. Okay, so Dreadwind on Banshee is awkward, but very doable if you have enough tank. Think I can handle this? Let's go for it. Oh, I got hit by the spinner too quickly. That's non-intelligent of me. A mushroom. Hello? Boy was just hanging out. Not upping myth rank to the extreme. I suppose that's another way of introducing difficulty. Yeah, buddy. I'm not capitalizing well. 100% my fault, though. That's another thing with bosses in this game. Usually, if you die to a boss in Wonderlands, it's your fault. Rarely do you get bullshitted in this game. Over here, Banshee. Get the purple shit off the ground. That's a good chunk. I wonder, would going for Cryo against her, or no, going for Lightning against her, and using Soaked be better? Let's try it. I'm curious. Cryo would definitely be worse, because Cryo against Flesh penalty. I'm gonna try. In theory, the Fire one should do better. But we'll see. Am I capitalizing well? Have you tried Caps Lock? Sir? Sir. Hey, Stump. Maybe for the 13 months. I missed. Okay. Oh yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay, so because of the quality of my Banshee and how good Soaked is, I'm better off using that here with a lightning weapon than I am using the fire one. I don't think that would be true for Cryo one, because Cryo gets that big penalty against Flesh. It's 70% of final damage, so 30% penalty, I suppose I should say, on Intense.
Happy Forking Monday, fellow Degens. Glad to
Play
see you
that
all
one.
here basking in the wisdom of our favorite toxic gigachad gamer. Quag hype, quag pride, lazy
shouldn't
da
experiment.
apples here.
Not a good decision on my part. Thank you so much, Stomp. I really appreciate it. Toxic Giga Chat gamer. You know me. Yeah, there we go. I propose we call the frost penalty against flesh shrinkage. Okay. Also, this is interesting. I guess this is what happens if you kill Banshee before she gets rid of that. Fully on board. Lighthouse Skulls, yeah. Call of Cthulhu, Kickstarter delivers today. I'm excited. Let's go. There's always some sort of interesting tabletop Kickstarter going. I never partake, but they're always cool looking. So I'm still partially hoping for like a better melee Sharksbane, because I'm greedy. I'm a greedy fuck. Because we got a volatile one, and that's good. But if we get one with useful passives, Is snowballing 2020 enchant. Yeah, I have that on something, right? Do I have that on something? Yes. Okay. Good all-around enchant to go for. It depends on which action skill you use, how often you swap weapons, if you have it on a weapon, and how much all damage you have in your build. Generally, on classes that aren't Graveborn, it's gonna be a really good pick. On Graveborn, you already have a lot of that stat in tree, so you are likely to want to go for gun damage, for example, which Graveborn doesn't have. Graveborn also doesn't have melee damage. Graveborn does not have ability damage. Graveborn only has elemental covering dark magic, so if you're using other elements, you want that too. But for the other 5 classes, yeah, it's generally good to go for, as long as your action skill can support it. Is 50% elemental resist enchantment ward break good for a bad egg? I've not tried that combo, but maybe. I don't know if that resist is enough to be impactful, considering how much damage enemies do. I've never tried. They should have some tabletops. Nice. Alright, what do we got? Class ring that's trying. Another lethal catch? God damn it. It's always a lethal catch. This one's also trying, but no. Nope. 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 That's a triple crit chance roll, right? It's a triple melee crit chance roll. Or is that double? That might be double. Yeah, triple would be higher. That's a lot, though. Game tried. Thoughts on Salt Battery? I think it's a bit overtuned. Panda, a bit. I have a setup I'm sort of working on that uses one. I could play it for a couple runs. I've not customized this character at all. Forgot to do that. So, Blizzard. Been trying to mess around with Blizzard, make it work in a satisfying way. And this setup is kind of okay at it. It's very vanilla in the actual gameplay, and it's a work in progress. But I figure I'd show off a little bit, to show that you can get Blizzard to kill some things. Love it so far. I don't like how Salt and Battery is just insane potential damage with very little effort. So this Dagger Storm from Salt and Battery that's kind of hanging out, this can trigger my Universal Soldier, which just happened. So I can use that for some very free reloads. And you can use that while using stickies, other guns with long reloads. 75% damage reduction to Hammer Berserker still die a lot, because damage reduction does not work the way you probably think it does. And there's different kinds of damage reduction calculations. I don't know if we have any DR that's actually the good kind available to us right now. Kept Blizzard going that long. Money, nice. Blood of the Fallen, Berserker Capstone. Every time we get a kill, we get 20% of the duration back. Blizzard feels straight up awful to use without Berserker Capstone. So that does lock down both of your multi-classes, unfortunately. Duck, thank you for the 17 months. Quag Chad. A while since I looked into it, I believe there was, though nothing significant, look into it later if I don't forget. Thanks, CZ. How does damage reduction work? Basically, for the same reason, getting 100% cooldown doesn't mean you have no cooldown. Think of damage reduction like that. That's the shortest possible explanation I can give. Every so often, we get a source of what we call true damage reduction, which is different in its calculation, in that it'll actually take the final value of whatever damage you would have received and slash it by a large amount. Biggest example of this was in Borderlands 3, we had the Mana Well shield. While the Mana Well was active, it gave you 90% true damage reduction, meaning whatever damage you would have taken gets divided by 10, and then you take what's left. But most damage reduction does not work that way. Gotten briefly tried Assault Batter over the weekend, seen fun. Dagger Storms didn't do a ton of damage, rather run something with Echo. So mine has Echo. Assault and Batter Dagger Storms are melee damage, and that leads to insanity. Because it can trigger a lot of important effects. Also, Assault and Battery has a very high melee crit chance on, or crit damage, excuse me, on the card. Very low crit chance, 0 to be specific, but very high crit damage. it's one of the higher DPS swingable melee weapons. Now, if you're talking melee action skills, it's not really high up there at all. But if you're talking swing the actual weapon, it's very impactful. And because the dagger storms are melee, you can do what I'm doing right now and use it for a bunch of free Universal Soldier stuff, among other things. Alchemical Agent is on the table. If I have a Goblin's Bane with Echo, will Goblin's Bane effect double the Echo damage? No. Echo is not melee damage. Echo is a source of damage that is triggered on melee, but it is not melee damage. And Goblin's Bane's bonus is for melee damage. Two days till KOTOR 2 Switchport, an episode before Kenobi. Happy we can spoil so much Star Wars? Yeah. I'll probably be picking up KOTOR 2 for my Switch, because it has the restored content, right? I've heard it does anyway. For next time I travel. Another annoying thing about Blizzard, I would love to see this changed. It goes away when you go down. Ghostblade doesn't. Blizzard does. That seems a little unfair. Just don't die, forehead. This free DLC. Nice. Isn't Pan a good name introduction? It might be, actually. It might be. Hello again, Arctic Ninja. You said that before. If it does go away, it should be instant cooldown instead of normal. I would agree with that, yeah. If you lose your Blizzard to going down, it should be there when you get back up. But currently it's just the worst of every possible scenario. I'm already effectively shackled to Berserker Capstone to keep it going for any reasonable degree of time. I shouldn't also lose that when I go down. Been off the internet for 5 days. That's cool. You also said hello 20 minutes ago. And I said hi. So, hi. And I'm pretty sure you were in stream yesterday. But, hi. Aspire said it's the mod 1-to-1, which is really nice. That's good to hear. Oh, rip Blizzard, I guess. I guess that was that barrel fog that got me. Trying to do some cool sticky stuff. That's the sentence. This room is not cooperating with my needs. Oh well. Hey Rohith, how you doing? Good to see you. Felicia with the Quag Chad, let's fucking go. Yeah, Felicia did this. Okay, maybe we can pull off the cool thing and get Zomboss. Let's raise to the top frequently used. Yes, do it. Boss being too aggressive. There we go. That was a good chain. But yeah, you get the concept. You can apply a lot of stickies like that. Some cool sticky stuff. You know it, Stizzits. Would I be me if I didn't? It's a real Quag Chat moment. Negotiator? Nah, that was a body rocker. I used Lacerites and body rocker. I haven't used the Negotiator in quite a while. I should circle around to that. Because there was the Torg buff, and then it got enchantments. I've not used it since, like, pre-launch. Should maybe give that the time of day. What do I want for this setup? Oh, pistols, yeah. Such a weird projectile pattern, though. So happy they buffed the liquid cooling, still damn good post-nerf. Now it's in that perfect sweet spot. Awkward thing about that, Zazzle. So it turns out they didn't buff it, they just accidentally removed the nerf, and then the following week they put the nerf back, and didn't give it the buff they said they gave it. So if it's been performing for you, that's just more proof that the nerf didn't kill the gun the way people thought it did. Because it's back to nerfed values. Even a liquid cooling at its absolute lowest point in the balancing cycle is still an incredibly good gun. Tried out the Flamethrower Heavies. Honestly, I'm giving them a try. No, Dex, because of the ammo. I don't quite know how we're supposed to even use those, because you just don't have ammo. Like, if you get them in, say, the story, where they'll actually be pretty good damage, you don't have the SDUs to use them. And if you get them at endgame, you have the SDUs, they no longer do the damage. I don't quite know what the Flamethrower Heavies are for. Because they also seem to just do less damage than all the other launchers. I gotta figure that one out. Which gun is a Flamethrower? The CAD? It's a CAD. Skullduggers? Yeah. You get a little wider cone? Maybe. I don't know. I gotta use them more to have a better handle on that. Ooh, Dagger Storm. Okay, I want these. But not with those parts. I'm running to the bathroom real quick. Hang on. Okay, back from PP%. Do a co-op run of PP%? No, stop it. Behave. Bonk. I already said spell shot's OP, it just feels strong and I use it and still easily die. That doesn't strike you as a you issue? No, I didn't actually time you. That would be weird. We're all weird here. Whatever. One of the most insane pulled pork burger today. Had a fried egg in it. Ooh, fried egg pulled pork. I've never had that, but that sounds like that works. Why does pulled pork just go with everything? Like pulled pork mac and cheese, pulled pork sandwiches. Just a fistful of pulled pork on its own. Pulled pork on a burger. It just goes with everything. Which hero do I want for Dagger Storms? Is that Whatnots? Or is that Wantnots? Or do I still want Fear Knots? Is it always Fear Knots? Don't forget tacos, yeah. Pulled pork poutine, never had it, but it sounds great. That's how it falls off the fat content. It's so right. Hey, Perag, thank you so much for the 20 months. I appreciate it. King of Chads, you know it. We got Quag Chad and Quangela as part of the Quag Cinematic Universe. Quangela. I gotta say it with some sort of accent. $20 months, wow, yeah. Maybe I'm the nerf Spellshot needs, I'll just play Deliver with Spellshots for him. That's king shit.
Quag Chad greetings Quather, King of Chads Quag Chad.
Time sure flies by, huh? It really does. Time does weird things. I saw, like, a conversation from 2 years ago that I was having. 2 years. It's wild. We're almost at the time where founders are gonna have that 24-month resub, and that's crazy to me. We're getting close to that. That's a huge milestone. I should probably do some sort of stream celebration for that, but I don't know. Promised my coworkers I'd make them my gin tomato soup. Kind of want to make some changes to the recipe. You could make 2 batches. Old style, new style. Or make the new style for yourself. Something I want to do on this build to be thematic is I want to chuck Dagger Storms on this. Because we've got the Dagger Storms from the Salt Battery. We've got the Blizzards, which are a big storm. If I was being super thematic, I'd also be using a Storming Ice Spike. I want this to be like the Stormy build. I'm gonna name my character Daniels. You ever upload a custom thumbnail? Or is it still Did Someone Say Chad? It still Did Someone Say Chad. Make excellence. Yes, Dex, you got the joke. Ever curious enough to check your lost loot? Shouldn't it be all primordial legendaries? No, it'll just be legendaries. And 1, I don't have the inventory slots to sort through it. 2, I just don't really care enough to. I pick up anything of value that I see, so I rarely miss anything anyway. So, whatever. You know, Percy Jackson. Cut. That's the kind of sticky shit you can do with Salt and Battery. That was so many stickies. It didn't do shit, because I died, but that was so many. Salt and pepper. Yeah, we're peppering enemies with shots because of the salt and battery. Oh, I had a bonus objective? Oh, it's butt-selling statue. No shot you get that bonus. Here. Sweet baby raise, sweet baby raise. Great. There we go. That's how we do it. The fast room. Surprised Sonic doesn't have a Sweet Baby Race slushie yet. I'd try anything twice. Food-based build. All the items from PLC 2 are food-based. Like, that's part of the theme. So, yeah. And then there's other food-based items in the game, like the marshmallow. I'm sure you can make an argument for the gelatinous cube being food-based. Anything's food if you try hard enough. Now, you might only be able to eat that thing once, but you can eat anything. Why'd I lose my blizzard from that? That's bullshit. I should still have my blizzard. Licorice barbecue sauce makes for great pulled pork. That sounds like that works, yeah. Anyone actually likes Sweet Baby Rays? I do. I use it quite often when I grow. Makes for a good glaze. Got my homemade Tabasco. Yeah, I mix things into it, but makes for glaze. Not the infamous Torg guns, Ding Dong with Passion. That can be food. Imagine eating a frying pan. Yeah, you can do it. All you have to do is believe. Stickies are just bite-sized candies? Yes. That's where all the Quag Chads hang out? Sure is. If you ever burn your Teflon pan, that kind of counts. I've done that. The smell is horrible. If you burn a Teflon pan, it's the worst. And I don't even have a strong sense of smell. Fun fact about me, I can barely smell anything. Like, usually takes a very strong aroma. But that one comes through for me. You to unhinge your jaw like a snake. For the frying pan? Or are we talking about something else? Because knowing this chat, you need some context there. These other senses are more cute. Really good touch, right? Depends on where. Behave. Like, I have a bunch of spots on my right hand that are nerve damaged, so I don't actually have any sense of touch there. So, not really. Like, if you eat a frying pan, do you swallow? Always swallow. Quitters are quitters, Irish. Especially when it comes to eating frying pans. Sweet aromas, I've been really into aromatherapy lately. I have my doubts actually super legit. It's always something that I've had like a passing interest in, Zazzle. It's something I would be willing to try. Serve God to your vision and hearing. I mishear things quite often, and my vision is, I'm extremely nearsighted. All my senses are just kind of shit, Dex. They're all pretty bad. I have a good sense of taste. That one works. That one works well. trying to melee drill. Please don't do that. It's not in my contract. Do a true turret build, the people made for flak and BL3, big max size, high fire rate, lots of standing still. No, but you could do that. There's reasons to stand still in this game. Spirit Rune and Diamond Gauntlets. Or strong cases for that, I suppose. Understandably, at least have a sixth sense of theory crafting. I suppose you could call it that. Missed. Yeah, Assault Battery is so good for Universal Soldier. Like, that's probably my favorite use of it because I don't like it for the damage stuff. It feels a little unfair there. But for Universal Soldier, hell yeah, I'll use it. That's cool. Okay, that's Universal Soldier. This is this. Whenever you deal melee damage, you have a 30% chance to instantly reload 100% of your currently equipped gun's ammo. This is just ShamWai low-level stickies get body rocker. I don't like using ShamWai and low-level gear because that's clearly not something that the game was balanced around. Whereas Universal Soldier is using an intended function. Like, my argument there is if they wanted you to have low-level stickies at endgame, they'd be farmable at endgame. I'm all for finding use in utility gear at low levels, but personally, I don't find ShamWai tech to be interesting because it's very cheesy. I file it away mentally with crit swapping, if you want to know how I look at it. I forgot that Stabo Burr gets Cold Snap and Haste. That's so much movement speed. That's so much. That's cool. With the whole turret build stuff? Ah, the turret build thing. Yeah. You know more about how that setup actually plays than I do, Butter, so if you think so, I'll defer to your judgment there. Speed tequila. Sounds good. Sounds good. I haven't had tequila in a minute. Next time I buy alcohol, chat, do I want tequila or rum? I've been debating between the two, because it's been longer since I've had rum, but I like tequila more. Birds only smell bad to other people though, so win. But like, what if it's so bad it's bad to you as well? That's a possibility you can't ignore. Why not both? I can't argue against that. Maybe that's a bad idea. But the Giga Chad move would be to get both. You're right. I have to live life like Quag Chad would. Handle rum and fifth of bourbon. I usually get like a 750 milliliters of bourbon. And I get that like once a month. Say tequila, of course, with Captain Morgan private stock. I don't think I've ever had that. Hey, soccer chick. How you doing? Wolf Booty says tequila. I'm always leaning towards tequila out of those. Because, like, I can sip on tequila and bourbon, because I just genuinely like them. Rum I'm a lot more picky about. Rum I really like in mixed drinks, but in terms of sipping on it, not really a thing I do. Good, how are you? Doing great, doing great. Liking the new emote, enjoying the build crafting, enjoying the company. It's a nice day. Haven't had tequila before, everybody says I put you on your ass in the bathroom all night. People exaggerate. People exaggerate. I don't overindulge in alcohol anymore. It's, you know, I did enough of that in my youth. I just drink things that I like the taste of. And as long as you have responsible portions, nothing does that to you. I want to pick up this vamp, but I don't know why I want this vamp. Like, it's Primordial ×3. I suppose that's speaking to me, but the DPS of the thing would actually be, like, pretty terrible, right? 63 mag sounds good, but like, in practice, what do I do with this? That was a cool animation. Like, what do I do with this? It's very sustainable. 117 mag. Why is it 117 mag? Oh, I have mag size here, I have mag size here. That's a lot. The fuck is this gun? This is a random vamp I picked up off the ground. I want to do something with it, but I don't know what. Like, it's got saw blades. You can do barbalode shit with this. Ghostblade doesn't get area damage, correct? Correct. Correct. I'll keep it around. How many tasers? Ooh, good question. 1. Uno. Sawmill needs a new name. Gun seems like a better fit. I mean, it does the same thing. Shoots out a bunch of saw blades. I don't think I want ×2 for dagger storms. Yeah, I definitely don't. Quag Chad. Hey, new Exaben. How you doing? Another thing I want to mess around with is the double barrel Stoker pistols, because that sounds like it might be good DPS. Maybe. And the attractive thing about that is it'd be high sustained DPS with a ballistic weapon, so like no travel time. Like how liquid cooling, part of why liquid cooling is good is because it's instant damage delivery and very sustainable. But that's a theory I haven't tested. Hey, Zaki? Is it Zaki or Zassy? I'm terrible with names sometimes, and I like to get them right. But welcome. How you doing? Nothing will beat this. You like Quagcat that much? I'm glad. Tase and then shoot? Yeah. Something I like about the taser underbarrel guns is you could, for example, have a fire gun with a taser underbarrel and cover all that way. That's cool. This vamp has 10 zip rockets versus the one I got with 1 taser. Weapon parts in Wonderland same as BL3? Yes. There's some slight variations on a case-by-case basis, but it is the BL3 part set. So, you got all that part variance in there. ×3 Scamp. Do Snake Cicadas get companion crit chance? No. They get melee crit chance. Hey Atlas, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey D2H, good to see you. How are you? How goes the Bioshocking? If you guys don't know, D2H, aside from being, you know, on the Wonderlands creation team as well, follow him, please and thank you. He's a huge Bioshock fan as well. And he's been playing those games on his stream. Love that series. It's so good. I still want my next tattoo to be a Bioshock one. I just don't know when I'm actually going to go get a tattoo. It's been, like, in my to-do list for about 3 years now, and I just haven't done it. I was thinking about getting, either, you know, the one that Jack has, not Borderlands Jack, Bioshock Jack. I was thinking about getting that. Or, the cage, if you played Infinite. Yeah, excuse the bird or the cage. One of those. Chains tattooed on my wrist, Big Daddy, Little Sister on her shoulder. Yeah. My game is not running so well suddenly. Jack Sparrow. Giant handsome Jack back piece. I'm sure someone's done that. I'm certain that's been done. That would be an ambitious face tattoo. You think someone would actually do that, Vocal? Hi, by the way. I feel like there's gotta be someone out there who's enough of a super fan to want to do that to themselves. I feel like 75% of people who played games during the time Bioshock 1 and 2 released are fans. If you were old enough when those games came out, chances are you're a Bioshock fan. Now, that's not a universal thing, that's not foolproof, but generally, if you were, like, an adult, or close to it, as the Bioshock games are coming out, you're at least aware of them, and I don't know anyone who's played Bioshock who doesn't like Bioshock. No one played Bioshock was like, nah, this ain't it. Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is, it's one of those series where there's no bad games. Like, a lot of people will be like, oh, Bioshock 2 isn't as good. But guess what? Bioshock 2 is still a good game. Now, Infinite's my favorite. Most people tend to prefer either Infinite or the first one. Are shift servers okay? Usually when I get this level of game stutter, it's shift servers. Play the series every year. It's free on Epic and got me thinking about it, so I'm doing my second playthrough this year. Let's go. There's a couple series I try to play every year like that. Or games, I should say. I don't tend to do the full Bioshock playthrough, Bioshock series playthrough every year, but I do an Infinite playthrough every year. I play the Mass Effect series every year. I play Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 every year. But I've been dragging my feet with Wonderlands eating this much of my time this year. Man, I got a lot of games to play. Not a lot of year left. Tried the first one last week, felt kind of clunky, guess I'm too used to modern gameplay. It can be tough. It can be tough. Especially something, you know, like it or not, 2007 is when it came out, right? That was 15 years ago. 15-year-old media products tend to be dated in one way or another, so it can be tough to go back that far, yeah. Remastered in 2016? Wasn't that port, like, really rough at first? I think they fixed it. I don't quite remember. Oblivion times, dude, I love Oblivion so much, but it has not aged well. It has not. And in terms of how much games can change in a couple years, I love Oblivion and I'll play it in spite of it having aged horribly, but I cannot get into Morrowind. I can't do it. It's too dated for me. KOTOR 1's far from clunky though. Yeah, KOTOR 1 feels good. ARPGs are my favorite genre. ARPGs are great. Okay, why is my game doing this? Game, please. I know you love me too. Past 6 months have just flown by. Yeah, it's it feels like I'm still getting used to it being 2022, and we're halfway over. Does that when Shift has an aneurysm? Yeah. It'll be about every 5 to 6 seconds it attempts to connect to Shift and gets a stutter because of that. And there's no real workaround to that. It's quite annoying. Hopefully it clears up. No idea what trying to connect, and the background's so damn intensive. It really shouldn't be. I hope that for the next game release they do, whether that be, you know, BL4 or Wonderlands 2, I don't care what it is. I hope that they optimize Shift a lot more. Because it's had a lot of issues late in BL3's life and early in this game's life. I don't even know what boss I'm fighting right now. I'm just kind of ricocheting off things. Oh, it's Gargle Snot. Yeah, fuck that guy. Acts like it was coded on Bethesda and... Ooh. I just doesn't bother trying to reconnect Shift anymore and you can restart the app to get back on. Interesting. Do you still get the game stutter in Mexibel? Actually, I got a customer complaint because I sent a coupon or wrote 2020 for the expiration date. It's still March 2020. I don't know what you mean. It is still March 2020. Shift didn't work for me and my friends for a couple weeks after this game's release. Yeah, I know some people who still have to open up Borderlands 3 to manage their Shift friends for Wonderlands. Because it somehow got worse game to game. No game stutter, just offline. See if that helps. That's a good tip. Ow. I saw the info, by the way. I just got the chamber of my claw sorting through your ad and vault. Hey, I'm glad it's helping you out. I haven't played my claw stalker in a few days. Maybe we get some time in on that today. I'm probably gonna go back to the Dreadwind setup after this run. I just wanted to show you guys that, you know, Blizzard builds are viable. They're a bit boring, but they're viable. Like, it's mostly just sitting in the back trying to kill as many small enemies as you can to trigger Berserker Capstone to keep the Blizzard going while you shoot whatever guns are good. But it's viable. I still want to make it more interesting. That's why I consider this build a work in progress, despite the fact that, you know, I'm doing all elite intense Chaos 35 extended runs, and it's fine. Just, I prefer it to be more interesting. I find it kind of odd that Wonderlands doesn't have weapon skins. Some of the best character customizations would only be natural to have that for weapons as well, right? A thought that I've heard suggested a couple times, Zazzle, hey Everdude, how you doing? Is that maybe they couldn't get skins to play nicely with some of the things like magic barrels and crossbow barrels. It's just speculation, but it could be the new parts didn't really like that. Or maybe they simply did want weapons to be more identifiable in players' hands. I don't know, I couldn't tell you. Do you have a Cleansing Flames build? I have a setup I was messing around with Cleansing Flames on. I wouldn't call it a Cleansing Flames build, because Cleansing Flames sucks. Like, I got it to hit for, like, 400k in mobbing on a crit matching element. But the opportunity cost is just way too high, and you could just take that same setup and make any of the other melee action skills better. Like, if you build for Cleansing Flames, guess what? You've made a well-optimized Ghostblade, Storm Dragon's Judgment, or Dreadwind build. You don't need to use Cleansing Flames. It's okay. You can stop. Old Ways, not your OP. Old Ways is good. We already had some points in it, so. But yeah, Old Ways is great. I think it's really hard to develop skins from my understanding. We didn't get many new skins even when we were in BO3. Yeah, most of them came with the vault cards. We had a pretty long stretch of no new skins. Like, we had a new skin with Bloody Harvest, and then a new skin with Year 2 of Cartels, and a new skin with Year 2 of Bloody Harvest. Might even been Year 3 of Bloody Harvest, actually. No, it was Year 2. It was Year 2. But for the most part, it was like all cards. Year 1, different colors? Right. Off to lunch, catch y'all after a while. Sounds good, Bazooka, dude. Hey Micro, how you doing? All the skins we got were great too. I really liked all the skins. I think it was a good system. I was sad to see it go. Where are you? Did I one cycle? Still got the tramplers? Fuck off. What does Blizzard do against these? They literally can't even catch up. See, this is what I mean about Blizzard's terrible at tracking things. It can't catch up to these. These not particularly fast enemies. Just make Blizzard faster. Assault Battery with Universal Soldier. Fun combo for stickies. Do recommend. Make Blizzard respond to pings? Yes. Please. Sentient Blizzards. You invisible? Yes, you are. I was like, why can't I see it? That would explain that. There we go. It's Berserkin time. Berserk guy. I don't know, I think his name is Nuts or something. Yes. Nuts, the baby got back swordsman. This emote scares me. In a good way though, right? We should be allowed to name our blizzards. You know, I'm for it. That sounds good. Let's name our blizzards. Ew. 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 That's the magic dragon. Alright, let's hit for armor, because it's absolute pain to farm these. And then we'll go back to the Dreadwind build. I have too much fun with it. I can't stay away. I think that's a sign that I really enjoy the build. Like, I genuinely didn't think I'd like Dreadwind that much. Same with Ghostblade. And I really like those action skills. So I'm trying to get to that point with Blizzard where it feels better. Can you explain how loot luck works? Sure. So, loot luck, unlike in previous games, is applied to any kind of drop. So this includes dedicated drops in this game. And there's a few things that scale up your loot luck. The number of lucky dice you have, having the luck shrine, having all dice gives you another bonus as well. You can get it as an enchantment on your ward, you can get it as a passive on your amulet, and loot luck is also influenced by your character level and your chaos level. So, loot luck will increase the chances of you getting a higher rarity drop anytime you get a drop. Build currently, this is a Blizzard setup I've been messing around with. It's a work in progress. I'm trying to get Blizzard to a point where I actually enjoy it, and it's not just kind of boring. Blizzard's viable in this setup, it's just very uninteresting. So I'm trying to be thematic with the setup. Have diminishing returns? Past a certain point, yeah. Past 40k, it appears it kind of stagnates a bit. You still get value, but essentially, as a rough estimate, try to get your loot luck to at least 15k. On any character you're doing, at Chaos 20 or higher, be at 15k, and that's a really good sweet spot in terms of what you can do. In terms of having palatable rates. Things will do more Chaos tiers. They've confirmed we're getting at least some more. I want Pie. We know because they've mentioned Ascended as a Chaos tier rarity. And, ooh, Primordial Anchor and a Vendor. Shame I don't have money. I'd totally buy this. Fuck. They've mentioned Ascended. And Ascended is not currently available in the game. So we know we're getting at least one more Chaos tier increase. We don't know if we're getting more than that, but we know we're getting at least one more increase. I really want to buy this. But I am 5 million short, so that makes me sad. Blizzard's not great, it's viable, not very fun to use. Yeah, like, I would prefer quality of life increases for Blizzard before touching its damage, because you can do enough damage in mobbing. Like, in that setup, it was doing enough. But it wasn't consistent and it wasn't fun. Guess I asked because I haven't noticed too much of a difference between 20k and 40k loot logs, so I asked to see if I was doing something wrong. Yeah, the difference between 20k and 40k is less than the difference between 0 and 20k. Let's put it that way. A lot less. Additionally, remember at the end of the day that loot luck is still luck. It is still simply increasing chances. So you could have 1 million loot luck and still have a bad run and get 0 legendaries. It's still possible. Which is why I've never really prioritized loot luck. I had one character that I got all the dice on, and they made the dice account-wide, so now all my characters benefit. But before that change, I wasn't going and farming dice on all my characters. I don't really switch to wearing loot luck gear most of the time or anything. I just kind of take it as it comes. A good way of kind of having a better perspective on farming is have multiple farming goals at once. So it's a lot less upsetting to not get a drop you're after. Ooh, 400k on that enemy, nice. To not get the drop you're after if you have multiple things you're going for. Like, let's say you were farming for one specific item with one specific combination of parts in the entire game, and you spend 20 hours and don't get that. That's pretty fucking discouraging, right? But if you have 5 different items you're going for with a couple different part combinations you would accept for each of those, then suddenly it's a lot less discouraging because you're keeping an eye out for multiple categories and you have a much higher chance of getting something that can benefit you. How many characters you currently have? A lot. 20-something. Not all of those were leveled from scratch by me, but like 20-something. Last gas. Nice. Hey Luke, how you doing? Long time no see. You aren't like huge in character customization. You've seen it to make a really good lizard man character. I've not really kept an eye out, Foster. Pogspin. Yes, this is Pogspin the build. Cool. Thanks, Sharksbane. That was only made possible by Sharksbane being absolutely filthy. Hey Ferrelia, what are you up to today? Just some farming. I played my Blizzard build a little bit on stream. It's work in progress. But just to show, you know, action skill's viable. It's not very interesting, but it's viable. That's work in progress. Now we're back to farming on the Dreadwind setup, which I've been optimizing. I got an armor upgrade for it last night, and I feel a little bit stronger. We got a ring upgrade for it on stream today, too. Bad passives on it, but we got a volatile melee damage Sharksbane, and that's huge, because the Sharksbane damage multi is very valuable against that enemy type. Alright, just looking for a new job at the moment. How you been? I've been okay. I hope things turn around to be a little better than alright for you, though, Luke. And best of luck on the job hunt. I know a lot of people in the same boat, and been there myself. I know how it feels. You know, we got your back. Wishing the best. It'd be cool to have more raid bosses when they drop the 35+ tiers. Yeah, I always want more end game content. Always a fan of that. We have a lot to start with. Doesn't mean I don't want more. But I'm also content to wait. I feel like I haven't used it, but Barrage is still my favorite action skill besides Reaper Bones. Barrage is weird. So Barrage has a very popular gun enchant associated with it, and then a ward enchant that becomes necessary to have good uptime on that gun enchant. So that's already a lot of you are unlikely to get this just to use the action skill. Then the action skill itself just kind of sucks. Like, you ever notice that Barrage has a ridiculously long cooldown? 30 seconds per charge. And the damage, pretty bad. Doesn't even have an element. Like, I'd argue Barrage is underpowered. It's just an enabler for other things, when it's a badass bow. It should kill stuff too, right? Fun to have an actual raid in this game. Actual raid meaning, like, what? Like, mobbing, then a boss, then mobbing, then a boss type thing. Like a takedown. Or like a raid from another type of game. Hey, underpowered feels so good. It's definitely badass. Barrage is one of the things that had me most excited, like, going into the game. So I was like, this thing looks so cool. I'm gonna build around it. I'm gonna use it all the time. And now I rarely do, because it's kind of just not very good. Yeah, I saw that coming. 3 elite badass Cyclops around me. I've seen this meme. Galley Guardian takedown. I would like that too. Do I get out of this alive? I don't know. Very close. Something similar to a WoW raid, obviously shorter, smaller scale. Yeah, I put a lot of years into progression raiding in Star Wars The Old Republic, so I would love to see raids of that style in this game. Barrage reload enchantment on shields is my jam. Here's the thing about that rapid fire, it's actively nerfing you. You know what Barrage reload enchant does not give? That almost every other enchantment in that slot gives? Damage. You know what Spore Warden's skill tree is lacking compared to most other skill trees? Damage. So, because the action skill itself is not sustainable to a reasonable degree, you are beholden to an enchant that is replacing something that could make your build better. It is doubling down on weakness because of another weakness. That's why I don't like that. Like, I'm using an enchant right now that not only gives me damage the longer I use this action skill, it gives me movement speed the longer I use this action skill. And the movement speed persists after the action skill. And my armor also turns movement speed into damage. So I just get a lot of damage from this enchant. On gun builds, I tend to run the full health conditional damage enchant, which is one of the most powerful just damage boosting tools in the entire game. Across any source. like, Barrage Reload is like, hi, I don't increase your damage, but I make the 30-second cooldown of the bad action skill mildly less impactful. How do the companions benefit this build? So these apply the melee crossbolts, and that makes my Dreadwind and my melee swings hit harder. They also set up Barbalode, and Barbalode can be triggered by any damage source. It needs to be primed with crossbolts, but it can be triggered by anything. So if I trigger a Barbalode with my Dreadwind, and my Dreadwind hit for 500k, well, that Barbalode is going to scale off of that 500k. Also, because my Shrike gun happens to be cryo, them doing damage helps freeze enemies, which fully frozen enemies get a huge damage multiplier against them for melee. But additionally, Berserker's Icebreaker skill gives you a damage multiplier based on how close to frozen an enemy is. So they don't need to be fully frozen for that. Step in that fire a little bit. There we go. I'll let that barrel hit me for bad egg. That was worth it. The cat just climbed under my bed and I don't know why. He doesn't do that often. Ouch. Ouch again. I'm gonna heal some more before I go into this next Dreadwind. Oh. See, it's very frustrating dying right as you go into Dreadwind. Then you gotta do all the setup again. And my pet is dead currently, so it can't revive me, so I actually do have to get myself up. Which I can do once, but depending on when this this other troll is swinging, I might be screwed. Like that. How come I get so many gargle snots? I feel like I don't see any other obelisk boss nearly as much on this build. There we go. Let's stop. All elite rooms, enemies get very tanky. But it's fun. It's not like bullet sponge tanky, it's like, hey, they have enough time to actually hit me tanky. And that's a good way of injecting difficulty into a landscape. Big part of why, let's say Borderlands 3, for example, was so ridiculously easy is because nothing lived. Not only were most things mechanically simple, nothing lived. So they didn't have time to do their mechanics. I'm gonna spin here for the damage buff. Ooh, elite cursed crab. I'm not sure if I need you. Yeah, I'm not getting this bonus one. Oh, well. Because I hit that quartz at the beginning. Gotta remember to stop doing that on this map. But imagine me remembering something. Good joke. Funk, 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 funk. Yeah. Driver builds be like. Ooh, I didn't think he'd be able to hit me. I thought I could jump higher. Morning, Vlad. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh yeah, that was a chunky spin. That was a chunky spin. Look at that room progress from one Dreadwind. I don't even care that I went down like a dumb butt in there. Dreadwind is so fucking satisfying. Parasite. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry to do you like this. This is not gonna be polite. Sorry, buddy. It just be like that sometimes. We broke 10k. Minimal curses. Call this build the food processor. Let's keep hitting rings. I know I want Primordial Banshees and I want Dagger Storm pistols, but I want better Sharksbane. We can do better. And going for rings for other builds as well is a productive use of my crystals. Parasite trying his best while you're activating spells and melee bolts right before he gets thrown in the blender. Yeah, I debuffed him with Tootherator, the crossbolts, and then debuffed him with Soaked, and then threw a Shrike to debuff him with more crossbolts, and stack up a little Icebreaker against him. And I let him hit me to trigger Amnesia and Bad Egg, put down my Fortifying Sigil, and started spinning. The rest in pistols. Parasite's been killed so many times, I feel like he's eventually just gonna wave a white flag. Hey, eventually, with all the times Captain Trant got killed in BO3, Gearbox is like, okay, raid difficulty, Captain Trant, here you go. Like, tougher than raid in terms of HP. In terms of mechanics, LOL. But in terms of HP, they made him super tanky. We could still one-shot him, but it took more effort. A lot more effort. Imagine they do that to Parasite. Okay, here's a Fear Not Dagger Storm. I should take that for science. Which one of these guns is dancing? It's this one. It's you. Why are you dancing? Oh. Oh. Well, hello. Hello there. Sucks that it's not chaos tiered, but it's literally exactly what I want. Yeah, we don't need a mage staff. I don't care if it's primordial. Goodbye. Get out of here. That is a huge W. So, what do we lose here? Let's compare to the other Sharksbane. Where is it? Those are my gun damage ones. Okay, so we lose 4.7 base, and then, yeah, multiplication, whatever. And we lose 16% on the Mult versus Sharks. But 30% melee crit chance. That's a double roll. That works out to almost 5% more melee crit for our final total. That's worth it. That's good. Cat, where are you? Why are you sneezing? Get the dust under my bed into your nose again. Strimmer! I'm selling this live wire. I don't use it. I don't want it. And I want an inventory slot. Hey, Deep Zombie. How you doing? Should I take against Parasite if it doesn't one-shot Parasite multiplies? That'd be fun. That'd be a fun puzzle to solve. Because some builds would benefit from that. You'd have to spawn enough Parasite copies that your one-shots would become more consistent. Good. Glad to hear it. Like, more Parasite copies means more play the angles chances, for example. And, if you're using a Calamity armor, I suppose more for that. Let's do one more run with this, this ring upgrade. So we have very slightly less melee damage, and our Sharksbane Mult is a little smaller, but we have more melee crit chance, which should be more damage consistency in general across the board. Assume legendary ring effects are multiplicative with other ring rolls. 33% versus sharks. What do you mean, Denalia? Could you be more specific? Like, are you asking where the Sharksbane special condition goes in the formula? Because if so, it's its own thing. It is fully multiplicative with everything else, which is what makes it so good. Doesn't make 1548. Oh, you're asking about this. Can you have the same ring twice? You can. You can. So is DLC 3 next week? They haven't announced anything, but I would guess if it holds the current pace, probably. So yeah, no, it just increases. It multiplies the primary stats and the stats there. So my melee crit chance is not gonna go to 63%. This 30 will get multiplied by 1.33. And the melee damage, 17.1, gets multiplied by 1.33. Etc. Yeah. And that is why the adjustments to rings that they did a couple weeks ago were received poorly by some people, because they assumed that Moodring going from 100% to 33%, for example, was this huge increase, or huge decrease. No, it wasn't. It was very, very minor. Very minor. Hey, Dead Hate. New to Tiny Tina's, seems like the community is as small as IRL D&D. Am I right? Just not found the right community. Borderlands as a whole just has never had particularly large communities. And much of the Wonderlands fan base, or people who came over from Borderlands, there's a lot of new people as well, but it's not going to be on the size of a lot of other high-profile games, just how it's always been. But welcome. Yeah, this feels real consistent now. Sorry, Sharksbane's bad example referring to rings like Finger Ward, Bonus Ward, full things like that. Yeah. So, like this Silicone Ring. Health is above 50%, effects increase by 33%. This does not increase the action skill duration to, 44.9. It increases it to whatever 11.9 times 1.33 is. So the community isn't larger, though, for how well the game sells, though, right? Not necessarily, because remember, the vast majority of people who purchase these kinds of games, they play through the story, and then they move on to whatever other games came out recently. That's just how these go. Not a lot of people who purchase a game then go and consume community-based content on said game, like live streams and YouTube videos and stuff. It's a very small portion that ever does that. The vast majority just play the game, get through to a point they consider having quote-unquote beaten it, and then they put it down. Unfortunately, I've been trying to find players to play. Have you tried the official Discord? !LFG will give you a link to that place, but it'll also give you a link for my personal Discord, the community Discord, and we do have a Looking for Group channel there as well, where sometimes people group up to play. Matchmaking in Borderlands and Wonderlands has never quite been good. I would also advise against doing it for account security reasons, because there's some people out there who will join public lobbies and then modify people's saves against their consent. Do things like reset your bank storage, your myth rank, stuff like that. So I'd advise against matchmaking, even if it was more popular. Suck the marrow out of every game. I like getting value out of my games too. And I'm pretty forgiving in terms of at what point I feel like I've gotten my money's worth with the game. So like, if a game costs $60, right? And I managed to get 20 hours out of it. Take word, fuck. You know, that's $3 an hour of entertainment. I've spent way more for way less. So I consider that a win. As long as I can get, like, you know, a reasonable value under that model assessing, I consider myself having got my money's worth. Oh, pick where you just kind of exploded through 2 of your health bars. Cool. That must have been a crit. Got my Valkyrie Hammer Zerker to 40 this weekend. She's fun as hell, running a Skeet Prod, Livewire, Lightning Vamp with full battery, Corrupted Plate Mill, Fortifying Sigil. Nice, Vlad. Skeet Prod is a hell of a gun, and I love it. Skeet Prod is sick. People really sleep on it. Like, I know some people thought I was using it just to prove a point, just to be contrary, but when I do the max difficulty format, like all curses, hardest curses, all elite rooms on my Mistdancer, Skeet Prod is one of my most used weapons. It's just that good. It is genuinely amazing at clearing rooms. Not a shitpost, gun good. Sniper's bad, quite chat. It's almost going fast. In the end, the point was being proved to you. True. That's kind of what I did with these action skill-centric builds. 3 and Blast Chill, nice. Wait, hang on, let me try something. Yo. That's just scary to look at. Frost ability damage, 100% of melee damage dealt. Ugh. That's just frightening. If we get 4 out of 1 Blast Chill without Butt Stallion, ugh. Knockback is quite something. Thanks, Tootherator, very cool. Stop moving. What are you doing? Goblin AI, man. That was a very big blast chill. If that one had actually succeeded in hitting me, he would be dead, because I'd have amnesia on him, but I didn't. Yeah, unyielding just saved my life there, by the way. If anyone ever doubts the value of unyielding, the tier 1 heal skill that Berserker has, it just fought those dots and saved me. This is an unfortunate room to get on this build. Gargle Snot again? Chat, how many times have I gotten Gargle Snot today? Dots poker are the worst. Wish Ski Prod's linking gimmick was worth using instead of just guns create stats to go burr. The linking is at least useful for it can start contagion chains. It can trigger Barbaload ricochets, which can apply dots for exploitive weakness. It's useful for the fact that it is an amount of damage. But yeah, the gun's just good. That's the main thing with Ski Prod. The gun is just good. With crossbolts as well. Break the ports. And leave that alive, because I want to get over here. Fall down there. Bring this moat up there and then we'll hit that quartz. How dare you tunnel like that? If that enemy hadn't tunneled, I'd have done the bonus objective, but okay. Okay. Anyway, I came out spinning. Hey Thermal, found a volatile cryo auto magic yesterday, best thing I've found so far on my first spell. Nice. I've not used the auto magic that much. Mostly because I just like never stopped using liquid cooling, so I was like, this is better though. But I eventually do want to do like some big ammo auto magic. yielding saving me again. Shit's clutch. When I got my first look at pulling last night, I haven't had a chance to use it yet. It's extremely good. Sustained DPS, Vlad. That's the big use case of it. A lot of people will try to use it in situations not to its advantage, but it's quite good. Primordial Empowering Sigil, but it's the wrong element. Sad. Imagine being able to see anything while shooting the auto magic, right? It's a hose which does the damage. Yeah. I was a little too aggressive there. That's okay. Found a few sawmills yesterday, non-chaotic. I'm gonna try to use them because they're rolled well. Sawmill's great, yeah. I considered putting Sawmill on the Blizzard setup to take advantage of that Universal Soldier tech, but I'm not sure how long I can actually sustain that, because Universal Soldier continuing to pull sniper ammo from my backpack, it seems like after a couple rooms I would just not have any anymore. Okay, thank you. Corner. Yet shoot anything with the sawmill, so we'll see one's Corrosive, one's Dark Magic. Don't get your hopes up about the Dark Magic one. Dark Magic guns. Guns that can roll in Dark Magic, but also other elements. The Dark Magic one is almost always the worst version. Slissa, cool. We swap to Fire? Honestly, we could swap to Cryo. Well, let's just do Fire. Okay, if I do this correctly, this is a satisfying one. I did not do it correctly. I've done it worse, though. It's supposed to look like that on phase 1 as well, but I was bad. There you go. That's why we keep multiple elements. Wanna buy red explosions? Inflammation spell. It's got you, Earthshock. How you doing? Spin me right around, Quaggy right around. It's real Quag Chad shit. Dark Magic essentially just radiation in the sense it's always slightly weaker than other elements. No. Radiation had a positive matchup as well. Radiation had a slightly positive matchup against shields. It was not as good as shock, but its other utility made it still a desirable element for shields. Radiation had a significant penalty against armor and was neutral against flesh. But Dark Magic has the maximum penalty against every health bar. On Intense, Dark Magic it gets a 30% penalty against everything. So it's just always less. And because of the way bosses work and the way the Dark Magic efficiency stat works, it's not a healing option against the boss. In mobbing, sure. It's good healing in mobbing, but ultimately you don't get much back for choosing to use Dark Magic when you have another option. Now, if you have a damage source that happens to only be available, thought it was only 10%, because it's 70%. 90 on Intense and all the difficulties? I'm thinking of something else then. You get the 10% penalty. That's still worse. What was I thinking of? My brain's combining two things, and my brain knows that it's combining two things, but now it's gonna drive me fucking crazy. What's the other thing I'm thinking of? This game Cryo is best for looking for general? No. That is a common misconception. 7% is the only opposite element. That's a lot better than 30%. It's still not good, Ember. Especially considering you don't have favorable interactions such as Soaked available for Dark Magic. And as for Cryo being the best global element, man, that's really going to bother me. What am I thinking of that's 70%? I know it's the opposing element thing, but there's something related to Dark Magic there, and that's going to bug me all day. Cryo has a penalty against Flesh. So, that's the one that gets a 70% against Flesh health bars. I don't know what that was. When you could just use either a matching element or lightning, and lightning has less of a penalty against Flesh. In terms of how often you see each bar type in this game, you see Flesh the most. And then second place would be either Bone or Wards. Armor is the least common in this game. Now, Cryo has a negligible penalty against Armor. It's positive against Bone. Negligible penalty against Wards, and it's very negative against Flesh. That is not a good spread of matchups. Cryo's good for Bone? Yes. Yes, it is. But Bone's less common than Flesh as well. And Bone enemies tend to be the more simple and or the lower HP ones. For example, Lechance is Bone. You don't really need a huge amount of damage there. Gloop is Bone. You don't really need a huge amount of damage there. Skeletons, zombies, those are Bone. Now, Evil Eye Crabs, those are Bone. Cryo's great there. But generally, as a use everything element, Cryo is not the best. There's several arguments for Cryo being the worst. Now, Lightning's great for that. I'd even say Fire is better as well. Despite Fire not having Soaked on the table. The thing with Cryo... Saying Shock over Cryo? No, I'm saying not to look at it that way. I'm saying looking at it through the lens of, oh, this is best element is objectively stupid. Because the way the system is designed is different elements are best for different things. And if you're using one all the time, you are intentionally hamstringing yourself. Here, let me pull up the graphic. Hey Ramen, how you doing? You can play with any element in this game? You can. I think people get a favorable view of Cryo because you disproportionately see more Bone during the campaign. Also that, and there's a lot of things that happen to be Cryo that are good. Like Ice Spikes, Last Rites, Liquid Cooling. Those are things that are good and are also Cryo. They are not good because they're Cryo, they're good and Cryo. You look at this graph. Look at this graph. Evil Eye health? No. No, they're not. I think they're Bone. Curse crabs, or badass crabs, are Bone. Some of the crabs are Bone. What are Evil Eye crabs? Are they health? Man, my memory's shit. Anyway. Ward, 175% with Lightning. So, Lightning already has the most favorable matchup possible in the entire game. Frost has the least positive favorable matchup in the entire game. So, if we're talking can hit biggest damage number, yeah, that's last place when matching elements. If you look at other penalties, 95 against ward, 95 against armor, and let's assume you are on intense, 70% versus flesh. 70%, hey Scoops, 70% versus flesh. Whereas, you could use lightning in that scenario and be dealing 95% versus flesh. Lightning gets its biggest penalty against armor, which, as we've established, is the least common of the bar types. The only time you see armor in things that are really truly relevant are Bunny raid boss, what else? Like, Dragon Lord has an armor bar, but lol. Does Zomboss have one? What you got in that cup? Black coffee. Forkanar is armor, but I still use lightning against him. Even with that penalty, I still just use lightning. A cryo would be better there, but... Iron Shrooms. Some of the Coiled are armored badasses mostly, I think. Coiled don't have much HP though, Beaver. That's the thing with them. Provided you're not using lightning damage against their lightning resist, they really don't have much HP. Nightmare? Nightmare has an armor bar for the easy face. Shield's abundant? More so than armor. It's definitely, flesh is the most common. Definitely. It's all about the trade-offs. Slowed and frozen mobs, crowd control for damage penalty, and that's okay. Exactly, Earthshock. I think it's well balanced. But this idea that it's the best, no. It's rarely best for damage. It's just abundant. Big fish guy with spears. Drill? He doesn't have an armor bar. The harpoons have armor bars, but he doesn't. And you don't have to kill the harpoons. In fact, it's kind of a waste of time to kill those. So, like, looking at the numbers, Cryo's not best, especially now that it's card damage after the last hotfix is in line with the other elements. Both Lightning and Frost have access to Soaked. So I think it's just balanced. Harpoons, you mean drill bits? How dare you? How dare you? And while we're on the subject of elements like that, people view Berserker as a cryo class. It's not. The same way Graveborn isn't a dark magic class. Because let's break this down. Feral Surge happens to be cryo, okay? Enrage happens to be cryo. You have one boost to your cryo damage. You have a skill that increases damage based on how close to frozen enemies are. Okay, okay. Your cryo efficiency. Blast Chill happens to be cryo. Blast Chill would not lose any effectiveness if it was any other element, same with Enrage. And this is... These three are the only argument for this being a cryo class. And Dreadwind takes the element of your melee weapon. If I was to go all in and use a cryo weapon here, it would be worse. It would be a nerf for me. Because I would have no damage against anything that resists or immunes cryo damage. And I would lose out on elemental matchups against flesh. I'd be doing less damage. against wards, I'd be doing massively less damage. The only situation where I'd be doing more damage compared to lightning is against armor. And as for Graveborn, over there, you have Dark Hydras happens to be dark magic, Stain of the Soul happens to be dark magic. But Stain of the Soul being a bonus element means it gets bigger if the spell you used matches elements instead of just being dark magic. You have Dark Pack for dark magic damage, but, you know, same boat as Ancestral Frost. You have Mortal Vessel for dark magic efficiency, but that kind of sucks. Reaper of Bones happens to be dark magic, and Dire Sacrifice happens to be dark magic. Aside from that, so something that will make you a better builder in general is, if you're feeling pressure to commit to an element, think about why that actually is. Think about if that would actually be better than matching elements. There's some situations where it is. For example, you know, Soaked is a big thing. Soaked can be a reason to commit to those elements. But even in a setup that's using Soaked, be very aware here that I'm splitting between both of these. I'm not going all in on one. My melee weapon of choice, my primary one, is Lightning. I have cryo options available, but I'm using the Lightning one. My Shrikes are cryo. Because my melee weapon is Lightning, my Dreadwind is Lightning. My Enrage is cryo, my Blast Chill is cryo, but you don't need to go all in on that. Just how Spore Warden isn't a poison class. Because sure, the fart is poison, and the mushroom in general is poison, and the gun enchant is poison, but nothing else about this character is. I was very wordy there, but it's a concept I wanted to dig into a bit. Zabzerker. I'll add right before Quag's gonna give the secret sauce being a better builder. Oh no, J Games. Are you back now? Toot Warden. Quag Lightning 1? Maybe. I don't hate the idea. You're back now? Okay, so I was saying, if you ever feel drawn to a particular element for a build, try to identify why you feel that way, and figure out if whatever that is would be more impactful than just matching elements. Because a lot of people get drawn into the, hey, cryo is best trap in this game. It's not. People getting tricked into trying pure element builds is the proud tradition going all the way back to Explosive Brick. You're absolutely right, Matthew. You have Explosive Brick in that game. You had Shock Gauge in BL2. You had people doing Radiation Flak and Fire Mows in BL3. At no point has that ever been optimal. I get resources in setting up a Discord server, primarily PvP for me and close friends. I have no idea where to start. Seems confusing. I don't know if there's any resources for that, but I'm sure there's people in my Discord that would be willing to give you tips with that. I mean, I could help you out as well, Ember, if you want to DM me about it. I'd be happy to take the time at some point. But if it's just going to be you and your friends, you don't really need to worry too much, and you can kind of add things as you need them. I'm still doing that with my server, which I use for, you know, my job. Just kind of add things as I need them. New Braun posts? What'd you make, Braun? Yeah, what Scoop said. Just set up the basic things. Like, you have a general chat, you have a media channel. If your friends are degens, have a 18+ channel. You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I wish Ragnarok was good. It makes me sad every time I see it. Two prawn timeout. Fruit tort? Ooh. Big appreciations. Want to learn more about it, mainly confused about roles and permissions and such. Oh, yeah. Roles and permissions are, it's a lot of just words on your screen at once. I get you. It's not that bad. Yeah, if you want help, let me know. Not a Wonderland stream if there wasn't at least one. I wish Ragnarok is good. You're truly correct, Braun. Discord also has templates now you can create from. Makes it really easy. See, I didn't know that. It's been so long since I've, you know, started a server. Okay, so, as much as I want to keep going on this farm, we're already past the end time, and I even started early. Been live for over 5 hours. So, I'm gonna call it for the day. But, let's find somewhere to raid, and the raid message is gonna be the new emote. We're gonna spam Quag Chad wherever we end up going. Wherever we end up going. So copy that. Yes, Nightbot. Nightbot participating. Truly love to see it. I'll be live tomorrow. There's a bunch of builds I'm working on. I'm working on some Dire Sacrifice stuff. The Blizzard build I showed, that's a work in progress as well. Dreadwind setup is pretty well optimized. Maybe I revisit Ghostblade with some new knowledge now that I've figured out what I like more for Dreadwind. And there's always more stuff to build. There's always more stuff to tackle for this game. And let's get some more builds done before we get Imelda 4 later this week. So who's doing the thing? Where can we go? Epic's doing his BL3 thing. Alex on Wonderlands. Pascaroni's on Div. Lazy's on Wonderlands. Ooh, Lazy's doing Ghostblade. You guys want to see some Ghostblade? Let's go there. Let's go there. I have a bad habit of keeping Alex streaming too long, so I don't want to do that again. Okay, spam that Quag Chad. If you have it. Otherwise, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Happy to have this awesome community of just cool people who like doing cool shit in Wonderlands and or nerding out in general. Good vibes in this community, and I'm very happy that we have that kind of place rather than some other uglier shit you see some other places. So I'm proud of us is the takeaway. But thank you guys so much. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Not quite